Here we go.
There we go.
And we're live.
We'll do it live.
Nerdy made it. There we go. Sorry about that. So, welcome to Disgruntled Roo, episode 32, Logic and Rational Arguments, take 2. And as you can see, I'm clearly clear-headed.
Did you take a
I'm
look
ready
at that?
for this.
Oh wait, I'm not sure if I sent it to you. I sent it to you yesterday.
No.
But let me get it to you today. I think we have like a couple of different choices. We can go to some new information, like I just put that link in. I don't think we really dove into that particular page yesterday. Or we could review some stuff from yesterday, or we could go to look at some of the symbolic logic.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So what do you think you want to do?
See, this is...
Or should I choose for you?
Maybe, yeah, you should. Maybe I should have just like got basic logic books and gone back to the start, because you know what I'm seeing.
Hey, Sammy.
Hey, Pixie.
Do me a big favor real quick.
Yeah?
Message Silver and let her know you went live. They think you're having connectivity issues or something.
Oh, really? Okay. I'll let her know.
Thank you.
I'll just answer this question because I will forget otherwise, and then I'll go and do that. So remember, we were like, all these named ones are formal. But no, they weren't, because we were looking at informal ones.
Yeah, and I can look up. We can
But
pull
look
up
at this.
formal logic, formal fallacies, which is a whole different group than the ones we were looking at yesterday.
Well, look at this. Overview of false cause with examples, and then some informal structures of false cause. Is that implying that it's formal? Because we said that was an informal one yesterday.
Let me take a look at what you're looking at.
And remember this issue
formal,
I'm having with formal, informal?
I thought formal...
Oh, go ahead.
I thought formal was against the form of the argument, like against the... And informal was against the reasoning of the argument.
So formal fallacies apply to deductive logic, and informal fallacies apply to inductive logic. Deductive logic is about form and structure, and inductive logic is about the strength and truthfulness of the premises, and probability of the conclusion following the premises.
So I was right, just basic. I just boiled it down to a couple of words instead of concept.
Right.
Okay.
But could you point out those particulars that you just you mentioned, and now I can't find them, Sammy?
The ones I've got?
Yeah. You said you were talking about something that mentioned formality, and I just...
So it's the one I've shared. Have I not shared it? Let me see.
Hold on.
Oh, I haven't. Oh, God, where am I sharing it? Let me try this again. Present. False first cause. Here we go. I thought you were looking at it with me. Dear, oh dear. Can you see it now?
Yeah.
So you've got overview, and then you've got some informal structures of false cause with examples, which just makes me think that it's implying it's formal, but here's some informal versions.
Well, when it says some informal structures of false cause with examples, we can look at those. See, I haven't really looked at this page yet as far as like what it contains, and it might be because if you scroll down, it's a huge amount of information. It's a lot of stuff. I know that all of this goes together. We don't have to, I mean, we could just do one thing at a time. But some of this stuff, you know, it's just elaborating on all the different kinds of like false cause, which that's a deep dive, right?
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, right. And this is just, you know, one item from a
Oh,
list of...
let's do this.
Go ahead.
What do you think?
Marathon stream.
Examples?
Well, that's what I was gonna say though. Like the examples of false cause, but it didn't say. It said informal structure with examples of false cause, right? So to me, that would be like what we reviewed yesterday, the little paragraphs and the little sentences that are structured as a formal argument. Right?
Are you asking me?
Well, no, because it didn't say that it was an informal fallacy. It said they were looking at informal structures and this fallacy. So to me, that would just say we're looking for this in like plain speech, something that's not a formal argument. Like the little scenarios we were looking at yesterday were informally structured.
No, they were informal. Informal fallacies have to do with inductive reasoning.
Right, but I meant the structure of the argument that we were looking at itself, right? Like that's not a formal argument. That's an informal structure.
Inductive reasoning is informal. Yeah.
Exactly. And so when I say...
Yeah.
Right. So the structure, maybe that'll help him though. Like if it's not laid out in a formal argument, it's in an informal structure, right? And so that could be the difference between a formal fallacy and an informal fallacy.
So now this is why I was getting confused. See, now I understand. Because you're going from informal fallacy to informal structure.
Well, no, it has to do with whether you're looking at a...
But my brain yesterday was like, you weren't being clear that you were jumping from one concept to the other. I'm still here going formal, informal argument, and we're discussing formal and informal forms.
Yeah.
Which is all within formal. And I'm like, hang on, what? The fuck are you on about?
So when she was doing the, like the all A or P or B and all no C or B, therefore, those things that
they were
that's
all
a formal structure. Yeah, no, that's
informal structure.
Right. That's no, not that example that you got stuck on. I'm saying the ones that she was typing out, right?
I thought they were all informal ones.
No, those are formal. But like this right here, we hear that a writer has justified $2 million lawsuit. This would be informal.
But how do we know that unless we break it down into the
because a deductive argument is already broken down into it. And an inductive argument is not.
Let me take a look at something. You have here 10 explained examples of false cause. I'm going to look here. Which could you scroll up a little bit just so I can see what's right above this, what you're looking at?
Before we start, can we get an example of a formal argument next to an example of an informal argument?
Yeah, I was actually just putting that in a document. Okay.
Awesome.
What is this document? Jesus.
I think that's that same one on false cause.
So clicking one of those links just takes you to that part of the article.
Yes.
Okay.
And what did you click on before?
I clicked on
the overview?
10 explained examples.
There we go.
Ooh, I like the words Nerdy used. Nerdy said, formal equals logic and informal equals content.
Oh.
Or we could say structure, structure for formal.
Yeah, no, Nerdy's is better. Don't confuse me. See, that is crystal clear, straightforward. Formal is the logic of it. If A, then B, so on. But
yes, that's what I was
informal
trying to get you to.
is.
The
But
content.
as soon as you take an informal argument and turn it into letters, it becomes a formal argument.
You're making it formal to judge it, yes. But the argument itself, the way it's
There
presented,
you
is
go.
informal.
But
Does that make sense?
Once you've changed it, is it still informal?
No, once you've changed it, your new product is form.
You're now looking at the logic.
Mm-hmm.
That's where I was not, my brain was thinking,
but
you're telling me this argument in any way, shape, or form is this argument.
Okay, yeah. But then just saying after you turn it into the letters and you're looking at the logic, then you've got a formal argument. But if I just said something like that girl, that in the example yesterday, right? On my way to the library, nobody talked to me, therefore this campus isn't as friendly. That's informal, right? There's no.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. But if we went that walking, only one person talking to me is A, and we turn all of those terms into letters and then look at the argument logically to see whether it's.
That's because you're turning it from
valid. It then becomes formal.
That's because you're flipping it, right? You're turning it from an inductive argument to a deductive argument in order to judge it. But once you've flipped it into that deductive argument, it has become formal.
It is purely a reference to the form that the argument is currently in.
Yes.
See? Now, why didn't someone say that sentence?
I tried. We just weren't getting there.
I know. I think because it was like you needed to explain the stuff, whereas I was like, no, let's take me right back to knocking on the door.
No, I really think we're saying the same thing. I think the difference is Nerdy's words gave you something to hold on to while it was being discussed, right? Like a concept you understood that couldn't get jumbled as we walked through it, right? I think Nerdy really helped.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Now I understand that, because in my brain, I thought we were saying that these are two separate, distinct things that don't cross over. You're either formal or informal. I didn't realize it was that an argument like this is informal. If you present the same argument like this, it's now formal. Because that's why I'm going at you. They're fucking both.
Yeah,
you're gaslighting me.
They can be both, right? Depending on how you form it. But then when you get into the fallacies, right? One is judging logic, and the other is judging. He says content. I like that word, but I like reasoning. One is judging one's judging like the truth value and the structure, and the other is judging the reasoning based on the information.
Like if the argument is that you shouldn't drink from a garden hose because dogs can't walk backwards, that's a flaw in the reasoning.
Well, it's also a flaw in the structure, because these two things don't relate.
Yeah, it's false.
Right. So that you'd have problems with both, though, right? You could attack it from both angles with a formal or an informal fallacy.
See, and that was my issue yesterday. Mm-hmm. Everything I tried to come up with was both.
Right.
But now I get it. I completely get it now.
Good deal.
Yeah. Well done, team. So, what do we want to look at then? Some examples, or you had it? What was it?
I said, okay. What's the next topic?
Well, let's do some false cause stuff, shall we?
Sure. Why don't we go to the there's quizzes that are presumptions. Let me see if we did the number 1. We did number 2. Let me look at number 3.
Oh, you've already found some.
We did not do number 3. Hold on. Let's look at number 3. Okay, so I'm sharing it.
You sure? I thought we did all of those questions.
Nope, we didn't do this one. They probably just sound similar to other questions.
Oh, so what? What are you saying? 1, 2, or 3?
Let's just let's look at the first one.
Okay, so we haven't done any of these.
No.
So studies have shown that people who watch TV suffer more heart attacks than those who do not watch TV. Thus, we can safely conclude that watching TV is a major factor in the production of heart attacks.
To me, that's false cause.
Same, but I'm trying not to answer first today.
Yeah,
Sorry.
let me think. Studies have shown...
No, you can answer first. I'm just trying not to.
Oh.
I actually think it's circular. Because studies have shown that people who watch TV have more heart attacks than those who don't. Thus, we can say watching TV... No, that's not circular.
They're saying
Studies
TV
have shown watching TV
right?
causes heart attacks. Thus,
Right.
we can say TV causes heart attacks. It is circular.
I'm not. I mean, I wouldn't answer that way,
No?
but well, because
Okay,
they're
let me
asserting
think
that
about it.
TV causes heart attacks because people who watch TV, not more people, right? Not a majority of people, but just people, right?
Oh, so they've assumed the
People who watch
majority
TV
bit. Yeah.
suffer more heart attacks than those who do not watch TV. So we can, it may be that TV is not really the cause of the heart attacks, but the sedentariness that it takes to watch TV, right?
Or
you stole my line.
And, eating more.
Or it could be as simple as more people watch TV, therefore more heart attacks are likely to be from people who watch TV than people who don't watch TV because it's a smaller sample size.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I could see that too, but I still think it's false cause, personally.
I agree.
That's, yeah. Now that I see it's not circular, it has to be false cause.
Okay. So next
is studying too much for a test is often confusing for the reason that if you study too much, the material you're trying to master is no longer clear. I swear we had that.
Okay,
I think that's similar to that, and that one is
Petitio Principi.
Yeah.
Yes, I agree.
Okay. Now let's go for number 3.
I was talking to a student who was complaining about 2 science courses he took at university. Those classes must be more difficult than I was led to believe.
So we've got
I know this one.
Sample size of 2 classes, right?
Yeah, sample size.
Yeah.
Those classes must be more difficult than I was led to believe.
Well, just because
which is the small. So
one student is complaining. That's the problem right there. One person.
Yeah.
Which is accident.
Is that accident or converse?
Oh, is accidents the small sample size or?
No, accident's the misinterpretation. Converse is the small sample size.
Is the small sample size, so converse.
Okay.
I think. Or did I memorize that backwards? No.
I can't remember which was which now.
Accident is the misinterpretation or the misuse.
Okay. Yeah.
Converse accident
is using the small sample size to generalize.
I think so. Yeah. That's the one we got backwards yesterday, though. So.
Okay, so wait, hold on. Yeah. Fallacy of accident, the logical mistake of inferring atypical specific examples from a general premise which does not apply.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
that's
converse.
Converse is the other one. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So I think we're good on that one.
Okay. I remember correctly. Yay.
Yay.
Do you want to read this one, Halsey?
Sure. Einstein became a great scientist solely because his father encouraged him to become interested in science.
Got to be Einstein become a great scientist solely.
Imagine someone with 0 scientific aptitude and then apply it to them. Do you think they could have become a great scientist just because someone encouraged them to do so?
No.
Or he had a mind for it, a genuine interest himself, and a talent and all that stuff, right?
Yeah, so it'd have to be false cause. Did someone just boop in the back? Biggest dickest.
I think they're trying to trick us.
It's a
I'm torn between two.
Monkey. Oh,
I'm
look
torn
at
between
that
two.
monkey.
Hey, monkey. I'm torn between two because I think they're trying to trick us.
Really? I think it's.
Uh-huh.
I think it's. Let's see.
Well,
I think it's false cause.
False cause is obvious, but it could also be accident.
You're giving them too much credit, Pixie.
Yeah, false cause. It's got to be false cause.
False cause is my first one. But I'll tell you another reason I think they're trying to trick us later, but we'll do it after we hit the score.
Oh, I see. I kind of see where you're getting at, Pixie, but I still think
false cause is the obvious one, right?
Obvious
but
one.
After we answer the next one, there's only one option we haven't used. Anyway, continue.
There's no guarantee that it's going to give us.
I know.
Yeah.
I know,
Okay.
but my mind works like that.
Okay, so should we pick false cause?
Yeah,
yes. That's my first guess.
Okay, how can we end unemployment, balance the budget, maintain a strong military, and have... This was very similar to another one. Remember, it said vote Republican? Mm-hmm. And have enough for Social Security in the next few decades. I say only one way, vote independent.
Which is...
I have my answer.
It's complex.
Yes.
Right. They're proposing a very simple solution to all these problems.
Yeah.
So is that it?
Yep.
Any review needed?
No.
The only one was Pixie's query, but
I think it really sounds like false cause to me. But my mind thinks they're trying to trick me, so we'll see.
What would be the other one that's not so?
Accident.
Like taking a bit of information and misusing it for something else.
And saying that
you're analyzing this like it's an IQ test, Pixie.
My mind works like this. I do this with everything. You give me simple tasks, this is what my mind does. I'm sorry.
I think it's beautiful. I just think you're overdoing it.
I get it, Pixie. I get it. That's why I can't ever get a clear answer for anything because my mind's working on layers.
Okay, right, so the fallacy of accident, the logical mistake of inferring atypical, not a dash or a space typical, but atypical meaning not typical, specific examples from a general premise which does not apply to those instances. The fallacy results from concluding that the scope of a generalization refers to uncharacteristic or incongruous examples.
See, and that's where it just falls off. So I think it's definitely false cause.
Okay. All right. So score? Or do we want to
100.
review
100. No. 100.
No,
Go.
Yay! Look at that.
Yay!
100. Why does my mind think they want to trick me?
You know, I've come across a lot of people like that. Where they think, oh, that it couldn't be that simple. Like, you know what I mean?
Okay, I got 100 on a test, but I freaked out all weekend thinking I failed it. And here's why I thought I failed it. Because when I turned in my answer key was A, C, 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 B, A, C, C, C. And I was like, I failed this test. And I made 100, right? But my mind does that. It's like they're fucking with me, and I know they are.
Nice.
I used to do that in high school too. It'd be like, yeah, there hasn't been a C for fucking ages. It has to be C.
No, this test was almost all C's. And by the time I turned it in, almost all of my answers were C. I had I think I had 2 A's, a B, and 1 D. And all my other answers were C's. And I was freaking out. I was like, I bombed that test. I failed so bad. No, I got 100. But I thought, they can't all be C. I must be doing something wrong.
Hey, I'll be right back, you guys, in 1 minute.
Yep.
You could look at this.
Yeah, I think the standardized tests that we use now, they actually, the machines randomize them that way so that you can't actually guess probability of, what in multiple choice answer, like, oh, it's more likely to be C this time because it wasn't the last 5 times or whatever.
Yeah, I don't know. It was almost all C's. It was crazy. I thought I bombed. I was freaking out. I was like, I just knew they were fucking with me somehow.
Or the person who put that test together, Pixie, was so sick of people passing the test for randomly switching between B and C and throwing an A in every 5th time, or a D in every 5th time. So they made it almost all C's.
I don't know. Luckily, I knew, like, the teacher, that was one of my better teachers. And I think he knew it was going to fuck with me. Because every now and then, like, if I was staring at my paper too long, if I looked like I was stuck, because he knew I knew the material, I would teach class with him sometimes. So if I looked like I was stuck, he would, like, tap me on the shoulder and tell me to go out in the hall so I could pace back and forth while I took my test, because it would help for some reason.
Oh.
And so he didn't even wait for me to, like, look stuck or anything. He passed out the test, he tapped me on the shoulder and, like, nodded his head toward the door. And I was like, oh, okay. So I'm out there pacing, taking my test, but, like, I am failing this shit. Freaked me out.
Richard, can you see the screen at all?
Yes, I see the screen.
Would you like to read this passage? And we need to decide whether the false cause fallacy is present.
Whether or not.
Yeah.
So it's a dichotomy. Whether or not the false cause narrative or fallacy is present.
Is present.
Conservative broadcaster Glenn Beck said last year the Japanese earthquake and tsunami were God's message being sent to that country. A year earlier, Christian broadcaster and former GOP president candidate Pat Robertson tied the Haitian earthquake to that country's pact to the devil. Previously, Robertson argued Hurricane Katrina was God's punishment for abortion, while the Reverend John Haig said the storm was God's way of punishing homosexuality.
They're going to argue. I could see and argue for accidental, but because I think it's intentional, I would go with false cause.
Yeah, no, these are all false cause. We are just needing to decide is false cause present or not.
Well, obviously, but here's my thing though. So what distinguishes that from, like, okay, so if you're a grifter, it's obvious false cause, right? But if you're a true believer and that connection is truly there in your mind, how is it not accidental?
Because it doesn't matter what's in their mental state. All that matters is none of these people have a direct line, demonstrated a direct line to God, nor have they demonstrated that any of these are specific to these causes.
Right, doesn't it have to be falsifiable? We can't falsify this.
I don't think that it really matters. I mean, even one of them claimed it was for abortion. The other one said homosexuality. It can't. I mean, is it all the homosexual babies that are being aborted? So, I mean, they're contradictory. So it has to be false cause. Either way, it's got to be a false cause.
Well, I mean, I'm not talking about the thing as a whole. I'm talking about each individual statement is a false cause.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
I believe so also.
But I'm saying if you take somebody who truly believes that, not these specific people, forget those specific examples. If I take somebody who truly believes in God and who truly believes in divine retribution, and they're in some little village, and a mudslide happens, and they're like, God did this because the people were fixing to go to war or whatever, and he doesn't like war, right?
So
is that accidental?
if I changed it though to something we know, well, as much as we can know anything, isn't true. So if I said Lisa the rainbow giraffe caused this leaf be upon her, and I believe that, does that mean now you see what I mean?
I get what you're saying. So in order for it to be accidental, it's not that the outcome has to be, like, their conclusion has to be, okay. No, I got it. It's because it's based on a belief. It would be reasoning, which makes it automatically, okay, got it. No, I got it.
Yeah, that's soundness. Yeah, it's the soundness of the argument, right? Like,
well, no, it wouldn't be the soundness. The soundness would be that part, but I was doing what he did yesterday and mixing the formal and informal, right? Like, so if it's because she believes, right? Because she believes in divine retribution, and divine retribution doesn't have truth value to it. It's simply a belief. It can't be accidental. In order to make a wrong inference in the accidental manner, you have to draw wrong conclusions from a thing that exists. Her belief isn't a thing that exists or that can be demonstrated. Therefore, it must be false cause.
Okay.
And if we could get you to use that fine broadcasting voice again, Richard, and read the analysis.
Oh, now I don't want to do it because now you're not the announcer. Now that you're an analyst, I want to sound like a college professor.
Okay, even better.
You see, Glenn Beck, Pat Robertson, and John Hagee claim that God sends natural disasters to parts of countries to punish all individuals in those locations because of their sins of some individuals living there. If this were the case, then presumably a good God would be unjustifiably harming undeserving individuals. The fallacy in the passage is that post hoc ergo propter hoc. Since the casual events, i.e. the sins, mentioned still occur in those areas as well as other areas. Thus, the proposed effects of those natural disasters are not constantly conjoined with their purported causes.
Right. So it's not even a mention about the fact that it's unfalsifiable. It's that the cause happens elsewhere.
And nothing is being done elsewhere.
And nothing, yes.
Got you.
So we got the right answer, but we kind of got there the wrong way.
But
well, you can get there multiple ways. Just because they give you an example
right.
doesn't mean it's the only one.
No, that's true.
There's a red herring in this analysis, though, that if this were the case, then a presumably good God. Who's claiming that it's a good God? It's a vengeful, angry God.
I don't think you can say that because everyone mentioned our standard Christians.
Oh, yeah, true.
But they all would say he's a vengeful, angry God.
No, they wouldn't say angry. They'd say righteous.
Okay.
Yeah.
Retribution is not always considered unjust to these people. I've watched them bend over backwards.
They call it divine vengeance, which is seen as like a positive thing.
I don't think they understand the word retribution, though, because retribution implies that you are targeting somebody who is guilty or setting things right, making an example of, things like that. So I don't understand how you apply quote unquote justice and retribution to people who are not guilty of said act. But hey, they'll do it.
Because you assign a false value of will and intent to those people. Like they're doing it on purpose, thereby they're guilty. And they're doing it on purpose knowing that they're wrong.
But that's why I said I don't understand how they can claim retribution when defending certain Bible passages, because retribution wouldn't include it doesn't include, like, I just lost the word, and it's a simple word, and now I'm mad at myself.
Just try to forget it. It'll come back.
The word for casualties that are innocent. What's the word?
Collateral?
Collateral damage. Thank you. It wouldn't include collateral damage.
All right. Number 3. We'll just do this one, and then we'll go and have a look at a little quiz that brings all of them in. So, fiery star Sirius, that bearer of drought and pestilence to feeble mortals, rises and saddens the sky with baleful light.
Okay, I'm back.
So I'm going to say What fallacy were you looking at again? False cause. Yeah, I'm gonna say that's a false cause.
Bearer of drought and pestilence.
Yeah.
So
Sirius,
so
the
Baal,
stars. Sorry, go.
You guys all recognize that the word Baal right there is a reference to a quote unquote false or evil god?
God.
Okay.
Does everyone agree that that's got false cause in it?
Which which page are you on?
This is just looking at false cause. You need to decide whether it's the present or not.
So wait, are we going just yes or no on the false cause question? Is that okay? Okay.
Yeah.
I'll go with yes then.
I think I'm yes too.
Yeah, I don't know. That's weird to me. Like, as a statement, I would say yes, but this is clearly like some type of prose or poetry in that.
Yes.
And if it's symbolic, then can I really say it has that in there? I don't know.
Okay, but the claim that it is bearing drought and pestilence, well, does the star Sirius exist when there's a lack of drought and pestilence?
But that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. As a statement, there is clearly a false claim.
Is this prose
or is this... as prose or poetry, had I read the whole thing, would I say that? No.
It doesn't even have to be a sentence. Just as the clause, does it or does it not truly bear drought? No.
And even as prose or poetry, the statement itself is still either a fallacious one or not.
Yes or no?
In reality.
When you get no, because when you get into prose and poetry and literature, the problem with that is people use very, very heavy symbolism. So the words say something, but they're conveying something completely different. Just as the windmills in Animal Farms weren't actually fucking windmills. Right?
Yeah. Flag on the play, overthinking, 5 yards.
I'll give you a clue to this site. They're not trying to trick you. They're never trying to trick you. It's always the simplest answer I've noticed.
Picking prose is a trick in this. That's just my opinion. But as a statement, I agree. As a statement, as a standalone statement, and not as literature, then I would assume false cause.
That's my girl. Because we're all wrong and Pixie was right originally. It says Sirius is named the dog star as it represents the nose of Orion's dog in Canis Major. It appears towards the end of summer, the hottest time of the year, when drought and consequent affliction is most likely to occur. Sirius's presence in the night sky was assumed to be the cause of the dog days of summer, sometimes with ensuing arid soil and poor harvest. Hence, the fallacy of cum hoc ergo propter hoc is presupposed in this quotation, in that the appearance of the star causes drought and pestilence. But as the passage is not argumentative, no fallacy occurs. Instead, the passage could be thought of as a false conclusion of an implicit, though unstated, false cause argument.
Tell me I'm overthinking again.
And now you know where the saying dog days of summer comes from.
So it's a false conclusion of an implicit, though unstated, false cause argument.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
So it's like almost there.
Yes, but as the passage is not argumentative, no fallacy occurs, which is why I was saying it was a trick to throw prose or poetry in there to begin with.
Referee call was bad, advance 15 yards.
But it does say in the end, instead, the passage should be thought of as a false conclusion of an implicit, though unstated, false cause argument.
Right, but because it's not presenting an argument, they cannot say a fallacy is present because it is prose and poetry and not an argument.
Right, it doesn't contain an argument.
I right. Well, this is a review of all the types of informal fallacies. So the directions say, please indicate the best answer to the fallacies in the following passages. Not all passages necessarily contain fallacies. Fallacies present here include those of relevance and presumption. So here's the Einstein one again, basically. He became a great physicist because his parents and teachers left him alone to dream. Had they badgered him to study, he never would have gotten beyond the Swiss patent office.
Wait, he was like...
that's complex.
That's more than... Like, that seems complex, accidental, and false cause.
Yeah, you have the false cause definitely there.
But accidental, right? Because they left him alone, they interpret that to mean that's what equals everything after.
But what makes it complex is that had they badgered him to study, he never would have gotten beyond the Swiss patent office.
No, that makes it circular.
That's trying to make a prediction, right?
Well, I think it's making it circular because they're kind of restating the last sentence. At first, I thought they were bringing in a second argument, which would make it complex, but they're not bringing in a second argument. They're restating the first one, which would make it circular.
Yeah.
All right, I'm not going to put input in on this one. You guys go for it.
I don't see
all right. So what was yours, Pixie?
Circular, false cause, and maybe a little bit of accidental.
I think you've got to pick one.
I've got to pick one?
Yeah.
Oh, then I'm going to go with
the
circular.
Best answer.
I'm going to go with the circular one.
Okay. What about you, Richard?
Oh, I'm just completely lost. I've been doing something else and not actually paying. I'm just goofing with you guys.
Okay.
I don't know.
Halsey's got no input. What about you, Kev? Which fallacy do you think this is?
Yeah, well, I'm definitely going with the false cause, and I think there's circularity there. But yeah, I'd say false cause has got to be the main one I'm seeing.
Okay. And what was yours again, Pixie?
I'm going to go with the circular because I can't prove that the first one's false. And maybe had they justified it better than the second sentence. I don't know. I'm going to go with the circular.
First cause, circular, and complex.
One thing I will say is that leaving someone to dream and badgering them are two completely different things.
That's what I see.
Right, but the fact is they left him alone, right? Had they badgered him, he would never have gotten beyond. So it's kind of just flipping what they said as a reason for why what they said is valid.
What you're saying there. Oh, let's see how we went, shall we?
I just see a bunch of assumptions in it. I don't think they can show any of this.
I think it's all fallacies. I think there's
this is a weird little window that popped up. It says, it's like a warning thing, but it's philosophy.lander says, since there is no causal connection between leaving someone alone to dream and becoming a great physicist, the fallacy of false cause occurs. Kev for the win!
I see a false cause, but then I thought, well, maybe there's no connection there. But had the second sentence connected it rather than restating the first sentence backwards, maybe they could.
I think what they're saying though is that you want to identify the first fallacy committed, and then the rest of the argument comes undone after that, right? So you want to.
It says the best answer.
The best answer, yeah.
My mind doesn't have a best answer.
Hillary's here. I didn't ask Hillary's opinion.
I was saying, was I too quiet?
Yeah, we couldn't even.
No, I thought you said false cause.
Yeah, I did.
Did you? Okay,
you did.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So, Kevin, Hillary, you have to answer last, but Hillary, because otherwise I'll go with your answer because I'm always going to think you're going to get it.
Thank you.
So, no worries. Kev, can you see the screen?
I do.
Do you want to read number 2?
Okay. As I drove to school this morning, not one car which was turning had its turn signal on. Thus, I conclude that the drivers in this state are not well trained, since they never use their turn signals.
Easy one. Converse accident.
No, I think it's accidental because because they took one incident and overgeneralized everything. They didn't say only one person used their blinker. They said not one person used their blinker. So that makes me think they had a somewhat bigger sample.
No, you're right. That's accident. I read that as one car.
Okay.
You're right. Not one
I think
car
it's accidental.
would make it accidental. Yep. I agree. What about you, Kev?
Yeah, I'm with y'all. It's accidental.
Richard? He's still distracted. Hillary's?
Yeah, I think it's evidently accidental.
I was going to say converse because it's a small sample size. And they're making a hasty generalization over the full state. We can conclude that small area has got bad drivers, but not the whole state.
Interesting.
Wait, yes, no, he's right.
That's a good point.
You're both right, because I remembered it backwards in my head again. Sample size is converse, and misinterpretation is the other one.
You're right. It has to be converse.
So it has to be converse. He's right. Dang it! Why can't I get those right in my head? They flip.
See, and I went
every
converse
time.
first, and I
you did, and then I said no.
So
yeah. Okay. So you're right. Sample size is converse.
The number of examples cited and the method of selection are not reliable methods of generalization. Hence, the fallacy of converse accident occurs. Well done. Can you see that, Pixie?
Yes. The best definition distinguishing man from other animal is that man is a rational animal. Therefore, you as a person should spend more time studying and using your brain than you should spend for partying.
Oh.
That one's accidental. That one I think is accidental.
Yeah, because it doesn't. Where's Halsey?
Because the conclusion doesn't, the inference doesn't follow from the statement before.
Are you still here, Halsey?
She said she had to step away for a moment.
Oh, okay, cool. I was worried I had been ignoring it for a minute.
So the other one was converse. This one's regular. Other one's converse.
What is complex? I've got to get that straight. Again?
It's when you ask a bunch of questions expecting it to be answered, but like the questions don't necessarily like have the same answer. Does that make sense? Like the political ones. Think of the political ones. How do we do this? No, okay, see, look, okay, let me read it again. The best definition distinguishing man from other animals is that man is a rational animal. Therefore, you as a person should spend more time studying and using your brain than you should spend partying. I think it's accidental.
Yeah, I think that's gonna have to.
Because to me, they're misinterpreting rational animal and taking that to mean that you should study, right? And that's why I think it's accidental. It seems to be a wrong inference.
Yep. Kev?
So what I'm looking at is, it seems like statement 2 defers to statement 1. Like, so it seems circular to me, but I'm not sure if I'm just reading too much into that. So,
like I did earlier.
Yeah. Because you're kind of assuming things about rationality, right? That it's more rational to study than to party or whatever. But there's really no support.
It's not circular because they aren't really linked. One time is about studying, and the other one is about being rational. But what does the definition matter?
And that's why I said accidental, because
I agree with
I think he's misunderstanding rational animal and therefore applying it incorrectly.
Okay. No, I'll agree with that.
Yep. Okay, let's click the answer button.
Okay, I'm back.
Okay, we're just answering number 3 here. Philosophy Lander says, although all persons as human beings have rational capacities, does not follow that in this specific case one should be rational more often. Fallacy of accident. Well done, team. Halsey, welcome back. Do you want to read number 4?
Sure. I can see that you are greatly impressed by the power of logic and argument. Therefore, you are going to sign up for Philosophy 102, Introduction to Philosophic Inquiry this semester or next semester. It's got to be one or the other.
And there's complex.
Yeah.
That's what I would say too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is
Kev,
why I
Richard?
take philosophy.
Yeah, I
Barely
see
here.
complex.
Just love you
It's
guys,
also-
so I'm hanging out. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Love you, Richard. Yeah, and I'm like, did they posed a question in between the two statements? That I don't know. Yeah, it seems too complex. Yeah.
They ask more than one question, right? Are you going to sign up for Philosophy 102, Introduction to Philosophic Inquiry this semester or next semester? Okay, so yeah, it was a question. I thought there was 2 in there.
So the question presupposes. See, that's how I know when things are complex is because there's a presupposition in there. So I see that you love logic. So which one are you signing up for? Like, I'm not. Yeah, I love logic.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean I'm signing up for shit.
Like a false
so the
dichotomy in a way.
Yeah. So answer is the question presupposes that the listener will sign up for a logic course, hence the fallacy of complex question. So, number 5. The Smithson Foundation is investigating whether or not police officers are using excessive force in traffic arrests of minorities. Hence, it is quite reasonable to conclude that some police officers, at least, use excessive force in that kind of arrest.
No fallacy.
Yeah, that one seems clean.
It's almost. I think it's almost like circular.
See, it's quite reasonable.
It seems circular to me
Or
too.
is this an argument from authority because we're trusting the Smithson Foundation?
The reason I'm with space, it's kind of, and the reason I think it's circular is because they're saying they're investigating this, and because they're investigating if this occurs, it must occur. Why must this occur? Because they're investigating whether this occurs.
Right.
Yeah. So that is circular.
So which one is that? Circular. And I think I'm with Kev on this one. Petitatory prickapri.
That's right.
I'm...
Yeah, that one.
What one did you say again, Kev?
Argument from authority.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Because he's saying because the Smithson Foundation is investigating.
There's no. What do we know about the Smithson Foundation? Absolutely nothing. We could say if they said the Smithson Foundation, which is a leading organization that funds cancer research, is investigating whether or not blah blah blah. Then that would be an argument from authority.
You're right. We don't know what the Smithson Foundation is.
They're just saying they're investigating.
Okay.
And that it must happen because they're investigating, right? And so it's very circular.
Now that I'm reading, I feel stupid.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it makes sense.
I see. So we're all going to go circular?
Yeah, it's like assuming that there must be a problem because of a possibility of a problem is being investigated.
Yeah, we don't know why they're actually investigating. Someone could have made a false accusation, right?
Or it could just be that they decided they wanted to so that they didn't have problems that they saw happening in other places.
Yeah, maybe to prove that there isn't any false arrests.
Exactly.
There we go.
Yeah, okay. All right, clicking the answer button. Philosophy Lander says, an investigation does not entail that any evidence has been forthcoming so far. Since no evidence is adduced, one cannot justifiably come to a conclusion. The fallacy of ad ignorantium Oh,
we were all wrong.
Argument from ignorance.
All wrong. Interesting. Ad ignorantium. Oh, from ignorance, because you have no evidence, you assume it's happening.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's so. See how easy it is to
know something's wrong and not know how to label it?
Yeah. But how unclear fallacies actually are. They're not just straightforwards, which I kind of always thought they were once you learned them. But
no.
Okay, number 6.
Sometimes there's more than one, you know? So.
Oh, Hillary's. Would you like to read number 6 for us?
Sure. The testimony of the defendant accused of manslaughter in this indictment should be disallowed because she has been arrested for shoplifting on many occasions.
Now, remember, someone had an issue with one like this because this is an argument that a lawyer would put forward in a court. But that doesn't mean that it's not fallacious. So,
yeah, she wasn't convicted or even arrested for perjury. So I think that's the relevant fact.
Yeah, they're not related. Like, don't arrest her for manslaughter because she hasn't shoplifted.
Mm-hmm.
So that is.
See, I can oftentimes see what's wrong with a statement or a question like this, but as far as applying a label to it, that's where I get the difficulty because I haven't memorized all of them.
Oh my God. Wait till I tell you the answer.
Well, Pixie and...
Hold on, I just got here. Let me see. Is this number 6 you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay, so hold on. The testimony of the defendant accused of manslaughter in this indictment should be disallowed because she has been arrested for shoplifting on many. I would think that would be ad hominem.
Ad hom, yeah.
Damn, girl.
Is that
she's good at this shit, people?
I just got back too.
That's absolutely correct.
The ad hom is what I would have gone for.
Because it's a character attack, right?
Rather than the argument, right? Rather than the information.
One should evaluate the cogency of the testimony and evaluate it on its own merit. Fallacy of ad hom occurs because being a shoplifter does not entail not telling the truth.
Right.
And you know why I got confused? Because I read the damn example as
like she was being accused of manslaughter?
No, that let her off, not the opposite, saying don't let her off.
Right.
But now that if I read it properly, I see how it's an ad hom. Absolutely.
Yeah, I kept trying to think in legal terms because like the one, it wasn't related to the other, but that's why you get the ad hom, right? Like,
yeah. So, number 7. Kev, can you read number 7?
All right. Why haven't you written to your mother as often as you should? You would feel much better about yourself if you would attend to the details of life, which are this important.
See, they're all the same, Halsey, but
I remember this one.
First line assumes something, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Why haven't you written to your mother as often as you should? Has he not written as often as he should?
Fire.
Yeah. Everything all right over there?
Yes.
This seems to be a loaded question on top here. That's like saying, why haven't you stopped beating your wife? Why haven't you stopped smoking crack? Why haven't you written to your mother? Why haven't you written to your mother as often as you should? It assumes that the person has not written to their mother as often as they should.
I know.
But assuming that's true, why would you think that? Why is that like the most important detail in life? And how can you presume that would make this person feel better? Like, maybe they have a terrible relationship with their mother, so they don't even want to talk to them. Like,
I'd say that's complex question.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So,
I was waiting for
Insect
Sammy to
spray
say it. I was like,
sets
I
off
know he knows.
smoke alarms. Did you know that?
What was that?
Fly spray sets off smoke alarms.
Oh,
Spray
no.
sets off smoke alarms.
Like bug
I did
repellent?
not know. Yeah.
Oh.
I did not know that either, but there you go.
Sammy, you know this one, and I know you know it.
So, you've not written, do you, Mother?
How's
So,
Space reminded you that it's a loaded question that presupposes.
Oh, then it's my loaded question. It is, come on, brain, complex.
Yes.
Yay! Oh, hang on. Let's click it first because we've been wrong. And
We have
the
been
answer
wrong.
is supposition that the mother is not written to sufficiently often is assumed without evidence and is used as the evidence for drawing another conclusion. Hence, the fallacy of complex question.
Yay!
Nice.
I feel like I'm learning. All right. Miss Pixie.
It should be no surprise to you that the state is, again, headed into either a recession or deep economic downturn. After all, a Republican has just been elected governor.
I love these political ones.
I got mine.
I know. I think I got mine
Okay, let
too.
me think. It should be no surprise. After all, a Republican. False cause. Yeah? Is that what everyone's think? Or am I way off?
Yeah,
I would
I'm
say
agreeing.
false cause.
Yeah,
False
no, I
cause?
agree.
Yep,
I'm not throwing
okay.
out any other ones.
Let's see. Answer says the locutor.
The person speaking, yeah.
Yeah, but I'm not sure how you're supposed to say that. Locutor assumes without evidence that the election of a republic will cause a slowing down of the economy, the fallacy of false cause. Woo.
Ooh, I know the next one, and then I'll have to be right back.
Okay. When I was shopping at Bess's Fine Clothing, not one person gave me the time of day. So it's the same again. I guess Bess's is not a very friendly place to work.
Mm-hmm.
That's the argument from unfriendliness.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one's accidental because they're not applying it to anywhere but Bess's.
Well, it's also, they're saying it's not a friendly place to work, but she was shopping there, not working there.
Right, but that one's accidental.
Mm-hmm.
That's not.
Good point.
So wait, converse, fallacy of considering too few cases or certain exceptional cases and generalizing to a rule that fits them alone. That's converse.
Right, but that was the example, like where she was driving and nobody used their blinkers, so then she said nobody in the whole state drives well.
Right.
But this one doesn't do this. This says because of one experience at this place must not be friendly, and that's why I lean accidental with this one.
I'm going with converse.
I'm gonna go converse, I think.
Well,
I'm not going converse this time.
No, me either. I'm going to go accident. And if it says that we're wrong, I'm going to give my reason why.
I get nervous when Hillary does a different answer to me. Here we go. Oh, are you there, Kev?
Oh, yeah. I'm on the fence with this one, but I'm going to go with the accidental just to, Yeah,
all right, here we go. The speaker is generalizing from one experience. More evidence would be necessary to reach the conclusion that Bess is not a good place to work. The speaker commits the fallacy of converse accident.
How is it converse?
But they're saying it was only one time that she shopped there. If she had gone there 5 times, maybe it would have been different.
But I linked it to the example of the girl walking through campus, which was accidental and not converse accidental. No, that's how I separated it in my mind.
But that's why you're wrong, because this is closer to the one that drove and no one blinked.
But
and that one was Converse, right? The girl on campus who walked to the library and nobody talked to her, so it must not be a friendly campus. That one they classified as accidental, and I'm trying to see the difference between that one and this one to see why this one's Converse and the other one isn't. And I thought maybe the driver one was Converse and the campus one wasn't, because her experience was at campus and she applied it to campus, and the driver experienced something in a city and applied it to the whole state, right? Maybe that was the difference.
Maybe it has something to do with the level of confidence in the premise, in the conclusion of the premise, right? Because this one says, I guess Bess's is not, but the other one says, thus I conclude that this is the case, right? No, so it's not
But that is
its analysis.
The last sentence is a friendly place to work, but she wasn't working there. So to me, they're not even related. If she said, I guess it wasn't a friendly place to shop, then I would have said Converse.
So the reason the girl walking to school was different, Pixie, was not one, right? So it's no experience.
Yeah, when I was shopping at Best Buy Clothing, not one person gave me the time of day.
Yep.
When I was walking to the library, nobody talked to me.
Let me finish. It's in this instance, it's not about the person. It's about how many times she did it.
They both did
More evidence would be necessary to reach the conclusion that Bess's is not a good place to work.
They both did it once.
Because if you come in the next day, everyone might be really nice.
Sammy, I'm going to say them back to back, okay? Because they both did it once. I walked to the library. No one talked to me. When I was shopping at Bess's, no one gave me the time of day.
Yep.
Therefore, this campus must not be a friendly campus. I guess Bess's is not a friendly place to work. What is the difference I'm missing?
Oh, wait. I think I see it now, though, because like Hillary said, they're not speaking specifically about the employees in this one. So like they're just generalizing all the people in the store. But when you're walking through the campus to the library, you're not making a statement about any of the people who actually work on campus, right? That has nothing to do with anything.
Well,
no, you're talking about all the people.
You say the librarian wouldn't give me the time of day, it would be kind of a similar thing.
One is talking about the people, not saying that no people here are good, and this is saying this is a bad place.
They both said that. One said nobody talked to me on the way to the library, therefore this campus
is a tiny sample to compare the rest of a bigger sample, whereas this is comparing different things.
No, they did. Okay, this one said nobody talked to me on the way to the library, which means it's a small sample size because they were not exposed to the entire campus.
Yep.
Probably half the students weren't even on campus at that point, right? So nobody talked to me on my way to the library. Therefore, this campus is not friendly. Nobody gave me the time of day in this store. Therefore, this store is probably not a friendly place to work. Why? What is the big difference?
If you can calm down for 10 seconds and hear my specific words. I walked to school and no person spoke to me, so no people here are friendly. We're sticking in the category and we're using a tiny sample size to look at a bigger sample size. This one is saying no people gave me the time of day, so the store, the entity of the store, is not a friendly place.
How is that different from saying nobody talked to me on campus? So the entity of the campus is a not friendly place, even though I wasn't exposed to them all. How is that different?
I don't know how to explain it. I can see it, but I obviously can't explain it.
I think the difference is
one's using samples and actual numbers and sample sizes, and this isn't. This isn't referring to every single person or giving you a number or a quantity.
Neither did the other one. First of all, not everybody
was
on campus when she was on campus. She didn't see everybody on campus on her way to the library. She didn't tell us how many people she saw on the way to the library. All she said was nobody talked to me.
You ignored my words.
I think the difference is in one, they only spoke of their own experience and assumptions they made. In the other, they assumed someone else's experience.
Yeah, which is kind of a different way of saying what I'm trying to say. One was...
It's not friendly. It's not friendly. How are those assuming different things?
Because it's not about the not friendly. You're focused on the completely wrong bit. One is saying, I'm going to take this small sample size of a thing and compare it to a larger sample size of a same thing, right? Because the wording, and you'll need to go back and find the argument, because the wording is about the people. Because this many people did this, then that means this many people do this. This is saying because this many people did this, the shop's a bad place to work. Whereas the other one was saying, I guess people here aren't friendly because I didn't get enough friendly people. There's no friendly people. This is saying because I didn't get the time off anybody, this isn't a friendly place to work. So we've gone from people to the place. That's the major difference. Whereas the other one was people to people. So one was comparing sample sizes, and this one's...
I get what you're saying, but the reason I have a problem with that, right, is because to me, they both are speaking of the people. I get what you're saying, but to me, they're both speaking of the people. When she said, nobody stopped to talk to me, that is, nobody gave her the time of day. That equaled the entire campus was not friendly. This girl says, nobody talked to me, nobody helped me as a shopper, as a consumer. Therefore, I can assume these people are not friendly. And if they're not friendly, this is not a good place to work. I don't see how those...
So you just put that many
patterns,
extra terms in there. You put extra terms in there. She didn't say there's no friendly people here. She's saying,
no, I'm not saying that. I'm saying
give me the time of day.
That's not what I'm saying. Yeah, so it's not a friendly place to work because nobody gave her the time of day. The same way the campus was not friendly because nobody gave her the time of day. It's the same reasoning.
You keep going back to the campus, and it wasn't. She said no one at this campus is friendly. That's the difference.
No, she didn't. She said
go and find
no one spoke to me on the way to the library.
Yeah, that's right.
Therefore, this campus is not as friendly as they say.
People at this campus aren't as friendly as they say.
As it was, or as I was told, or something like that.
Yes.
Well, that's the problem because as they said, or as I was told, that's the issue with that one. It's not. This is just a statement of observation, whereas that one's comparative to something you were told, which is another problem.
Okay, so that would be the difference, comparing it to something they heard rather than just an experience.
Nah. I don't know. It doesn't...
I'm really trying to find the difference here because these are the two that I keep mixing up.
I don't think we will be able to unless you could find the other one so we could get its exact wording. Because
I'm going to have to go search for it now because this is going to drive me crazy until I figure out the difference.
Okay. While you do that, we'll go to the next one. John Bardeen, a professor at the Advanced Institute of Physics, has gone on record to say that the American Medical Association needs to raise its standards for physicians. The opinion of a man of that brilliance should not be disregarded. That's argument to authority. Does anyone else want to chime in on that? Nope. I take that as you all agree. An authority in physics is being cited outside of his field of expertise. The ad verecundium fallacy occurs. If we took a poll right now, almost every American would agree that a vaccine for AIDS will soon be found. Therefore, there can be little doubt that AIDS will be practically wiped out in the near future.
I know the answer, so I'll go last.
Kevin.
Therefore, there can be little doubt practically wiped out in the near future. Ad populum. That's right? Populum? Is that how you say it?
Yeah.
It is.
Good catch. It is. Richard, you want to say anything different?
Unfortunately, same.
Same. Halsey went again, didn't she? Simply for the fact that most persons believe a statement is true does not follow logically that the statement is true. Ad populum. I made low grades on my first tests in math and English. I must be really dumb. Richard, you go first.
I know it.
I think that's a false cause. It's like
no,
way too small of a sample size, right? So
yes.
Let me read that myself. I made low grades on my first test in math and English. I must really be dumb. It's like too small of a sample size. Which one is that? The
converse.
Yeah.
I feel like this is an accident.
Hey guys, which one are you on? Sorry, I keep coming
12.
and going.
You're back? Number 12. I made low grades on my first test in math and English. I must really be dumb.
I think it's false cause.
You thought false cause. That's what Richard said. And Kev?
I'm going with the converse accident.
Yeah, it is right? Converse.
Yeah.
You can't tell anything from a sample of one.
Yeah. But also, check it out.
Accident. But
the cause, they're implying that the cause of their low grades on those first two tests
is because they're dumb.
But maybe they didn't study. Wow.
Yeah, there could be any possible, but it wants the best answer. I agree that the dumbness is kind of irrelevant.
And what was your answer, Halsey? False cause. I think I'm going to have to go with false cause as well, because it's trying to say that.
That one is tricky, though. I could see how it could possibly be.
At first, I thought converse accident, which I called accident, thinking accident was the one with the low sample size. But
but they are taking a sample and they're applying it to these two samples. The results of these apply to their whole brain and their intelligence.
Yeah. Which is why I thought converse accident first, but
I think it's accident, right?
It is also a false cause at the same time.
It is in a sense if you're attributing it to being dumb caused
to being dumb,
but if you're just inferring,
which is what they're saying.
Well, then they're wrong, because you could also infer that the low test scores equate to being dumb rather than being caused by it.
Then I'm going to go with converse. Who else? Richard, have you answered? Oh, you did actually. And I think that's everyone. Let's see.
I think I'm going to go with accident.
For 13?
Normal accident.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, 13. We're still on 12.
Which one are you answering for, Halsey?
12.
So you want to go accident for 12. Okay. So we've got converse, accident, and did someone say something else?
No. I think there was a false cause in there, but I'm not sure.
Oh, Richard had false cause. That's right. So too few examples are used to justify a conclusion, the fallacy of converse accident.
Bingo.
Wow. Got it. That was hard.
That was tricky. And so simple.
You know what tipped me off was on my first tests.
Yeah.
That gave me a sample size.
And there's only 2 of them, right? First
which
test
is the clue.
2 tests, 1 and 2,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Jay wants a link to the test in the stream.
Okay.
And I'm not sure if it's the cause or the fallacy link that you posted.
I'm posting what we're looking at now. There you are. Who wanted it?
Jay Pasick.
I can't even see him out there.
There's a bunch of quizzes on there, Jay. If you go
go.
further into that website, there's a whole bunch of a mountain of stuff to go through.
There you go, Jay.
I posted it. The chat's just moving really fast right now. Okay, I got 2.
Yeah. You did 2. No, you. Oh, you did 2. You beat me to it. And here's.
Yeah, you're wrong, Jay.
No, see, affirming the consequence not an option.
Wait, go up.
No, they're all options.
Was that circular?
No, it was ad populum.
Oh, okay.
Because it was based on a poll.
If we took a poll, yeah, every American would agree. So therefore, this, which was ad populum.
Okay. All these people agree that this must happen soon, so it probably will, type of thing.
Yeah, therefore we can have little doubt. So, as a daughter, when I was 4, my father taught me the beauty of numbers, and I have excelled at mathematics ever since. My conclusion as to why females do not score as high on math tests. What? Oh, my conclusion as to why females do not score as high on math tests? The males with a higher aptitude for mathematics are not spending enough time with their daughters. Some of this reasoning.
I think I know it.
Fundamental Christian type reasoning.
I think I know it.
I feel it's circular.
I think it's false cause.
Because my let me see, when I was 4, my
females don't
my conclusion
because males with a high aptitude are not.
No, it's not circular. What did you think, Halsey?
Possibly false cause.
False cause. Oh yeah, because of this last statement, the males with a high aptitude for mathematics aren't spending enough time with their daughters.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that is gonna fit best. It's not circular. It's not complex. It's.
Kev, have you answered?
Kids. Oh, I just agreed with Halsey. Yeah.
Yeah.
We're all gonna go there.
False.
You agree with that too?
Yes.
Yep. Answer says. The author of this example assumes that her case would be typical of all or most other daughters if they had a similar experience. Fallacy of converse accident occurs.
What?
Oh. So even though you have multiple statements, I see now, because you're the only sample size for this statement, right? So I didn't even see it that way, but yeah.
Yeah.
That one was tricky.
Well grabbed. Wow.
At least on first read.
Yeah. See, the longer the argument, the trickier it gets, because there's more statements to try and apply the fallacies to. 14. I think that the tests given in this class were more than fair, and I think you will agree with me, because if you do not, your grade in this course will certainly be in jeopardy.
Agree or be in jeopardy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like this person's threatening me.
Yes.
Are you threatening me?
They are.
Miserable.
So, ad baculum.
Misericordium.
Ad baculum.
Oh,
right?
baculum is threat? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no. Misericordium is
Pity.
Pity
yeah.
or emotion.
Let me off because I'm.
Feel sorry for me, essentially, right?
Yeah.
Right.
All right. Let's see. Oh, is Pixie back yet? I don't want to ignore anyone. Pixie, Richard.
I don't see her here.
So she went off to find another argument from the other day because it was essentially very similar, if not the same wording.
A library one?
I do. Walking through the campus, not one person said hello to me. So this campus isn't as friendly as I've been told. And the other argument was, when I was shopping at Bess's, not one person gave me the time of day, so Bess's mustn't be a very good place to work.
So the difference is, in the campus, it was that she was told something. Because that's
it was based on what she was told by somebody else. Whereas,
yeah.
I found it for her.
Oh God, message.
As I walked to the library from the learning center, not one person spoke to me. Lander University is not as friendly as I was led to believe. Answer is converse accident, since the locutor is generalizing.
It was the same answer. She remembered incorrectly. Oh, poor.
That's going to drive her crazy now.
Here, maybe that's why she didn't come back.
Let me give her the link. See, where is she?
All right. Kev, can you see the screen?
Yes.
Do you want to read number 15?
All right. We'll try the result of let me try again. Wait, one more time. The result of my doing well in economics is very simple. I eat Post Toasties for breakfast every morning for breakfast, and this breakfast helps my ability to analyze in great depth. I think it must be all those complex carbohydrates.
I put Toasties, and this breakfast helps my ability to analyze in great depth. It's circular?
I think it's false cause.
Yeah, I think it's a false cause wrapped in a bunch of gobbledygook.
Of other fallacies, yeah. I think it must be all those, yeah. But I always think it's too obvious, but maybe sometimes it's meant to be the obvious answer.
Yeah, I'm doing great in economics because I eat breakfast cereal. Like, yeah.
Yeah. That's pretty fucking obvious. No casual evidence is given for the relation between eating a breakfast cereal and the ability to analyze. So that's false cause.
All right. 16 is easy.
I have to head out, but thank you for having me. I'll probably see you later.
Thanks for coming.
All right, much later.
Do you want to read that one?
You just got really quiet.
Do you want to read that one for us? Number 16?
Sure. Oriental philosophy is the best course taught at Lander University. I know this because all of my friends say so.
So that's clearly ad populum.
Yes.
I would say so too.
Yep. So, although my friends think so, that doesn't make it so. The fallacy committed is ad populum. So, do you want to read number 17?
Me?
Halsey.
I'll do it, sure. Look, Mr. IRS examiner, of course I owe taxes. I'm not denying that. However, I was unable to file on time because my wife was sick and my 2 children need my attention. Surely the IRS is not opposed to keeping the family together.
Misery loves company.
Yep.
That's called agillism.
Agillism.
That's the one he does all the time.
Let me show you something.
He blames his wife.
If they had said at the end, surely the IRS must not want to keep the family together. If this was another test talking about different fallacies, I would say, hey, it's a straw man. But that's not. That would be an easy straw man to do right there. Say, surely the IRS must want to break up families or something like that, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think it's the ad misery. I forget how it said, miserantium.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you still only paying half attention, Richard, or are you back? Or he's even got the back.
I'm like 3 feet away doing some art piece.
Okay,
I'm kind of here.
In that case, I shall read the next one. Mr. Smith, maybe there is some truth in what you say about me being rude to salespeople, but I have certainly heard many salespeople. I think it's going to be many. But I have certainly heard many salespeople complain about your manners, so you are certainly not the person to point this out to me.
It's evident to me, so I'll go last.
Read it again.
Mr. Smith, maybe there is some truth in what you say about me being rude to salespeople, but I have certainly heard many salespeople complain about your manners, so you are certainly not the person to point this out to me.
I want to go right before Hillary because he already asked for last.
I got mine.
Then you go, Halsey, or
yeah, you go,
Halsey.
Well, I'll just show what I see here, which is other people have complained about this guy's manners, so you shouldn't listen to his argument about his complaints about Mr. Smith.
Okay.
It's a discreditation attempt.
Yes.
It could almost be a tu quoque, but it's not that because we're not covering that. But
yeah.
But yes, I think it's at ad hom.
I have heard people complain about your manners. You're right. Okay, Richard?
That's what I had.
Yeah. It's at home.
Oh, it is called tu croquet.
I thought that wasn't an option.
I wasn't sure. Yeah.
It is the ad hominem variation of your another.
So it's still an ad hom. It's a subset of ad hom.
Exactly.
Tu quoque. And why is tu quoque a fallacy? Anyone tell me that?
Because it's distracting from the question.
Yeah, if it, like, let's say Sammy says, "Hey, you cheated on your math test," and I said, "Well, so did you."
Well, I'd like to turn this. I'd like to turn it into an argument from authority. I'm exceedingly rude.
That's what I thought at first.
So therefore, I can identify you as being rude.
Okay, so if Sammy says I cheated on my math test and I say he does too, the fact that I say he does too doesn't change his conclusion, his premise that I cheated.
That's right.
And I'm not addressing his argument. I'm just deflecting and saying, "Oh, well, you did that too." It's not answering the argument. It's
right.
What?
Yeah.
YouTube arguers like to call whataboutism. You just did a whataboutism fallacy.
Both sides. They both do that. They all do that. Yep.
Hillary, do you want to read number 19?
Your mic is really bad. It keeps fading in and out.
Is it? Oh,
yeah.
I think I've got to change sources.
I'll just read it while we're waiting. Sir, don't you want
19, please?
Who?
You.
What?
Okay.
Sounds better,
Sir,
Sam.
don't you want to look more closely at our aluminum siding for your new home? When we put this up, your home will take on the glow of beauty, and you'll be admired by others as someone who cares. Not only that, but your life will be richer as you proudly invite others to your home to share the better way of life.
Wow, aluminum siding is going to do all that?
Yeah, it's amazing.
It's amazing. I'm buying some tomorrow.
So complex question.
Complex, yeah.
Yeah.
Some logicians would classify this passage as an instance of the ad populum fallacy. However, the passage is regarded here as rhetoric and persuasion. So,
your mic again. I don't know why, but it's still
really
doing that. Yeah.
It's because it hates him. That's obvious.
Are you using your earpiece?
Yeah. So it didn't change because it's my earpiece. Like I can't move away from it.
Is it low or anything?
Is that? Let me check if I've turned it down.
Your computer switching back and forth between preferences of microphone is obviously because your computer doesn't like you.
Well, my computer can. Here, I'll change to this mic. Does that sound any better?
Yeah, I think so.
It's consistent.
So,
keep reading.
This is a tricky one because some logicians would classify this as an instance of the ad populum fallacy. However, the passage is regarded here as rhetoric and persuasion. So there's no fallacy. That's the first one that's had no fallacy.
That's weird.
Well, but it does. It does have a fallacy.
It implies that aluminum siding is going to solve all these. Well, not really solve problems because there's no problem stated, right?
No, it is. It is.
You'll be admired. Your life will be richer, and you can invite others to your home.
Yeah, if you put up the siding, you'll have all these wonderful things that happen, but you can't demonstrate that. So false cause.
But you can't.
I think it's the first time you found. I think it's the first time that you guys have found some kind of a misprint or typo or something in it.
Why do you say that?
Because I'm agreeing with Hillary's that there's a false cause there. Those things do not correlate to those things. There's no causation there. So it's assuming something's going to happen that won't necessarily happen. And I think that there's some kind of like misprint here. Then it's assigned no fallacy where there is one.
But see, I don't
see it that way.
I don't see it that way either because like there's no problems that have like if you know how we talked about
it's not answering anything.
Well, you know how that one was like, we've got the country is headed for a downturn or a recession, and it's because we had a Republican governor just elected, right?
Yeah. This isn't saying your life is shit because you don't have this. If it had been put that way, you would be correct. Yeah, but it's not put that way. You have to assume that into it.
It is implying, though, that all of these improvements will come about merely for the purchase of or installation of aluminum siding.
Yeah. It says, when we put this up, your home will take on the glow of beauty. I don't believe that. It may look a little bit better, but glow of beauty, no. You will be admired by others.
Opinion.
Yeah, you will be admired by others. I don't see that.
It's making positive assertions that it can't justify.
Right.
That's sales for you.
Yeah. And I do see how it's rhetoric and persuasion.
Yeah.
Here's my theory. It's trying to keep people from learning real logic so that we can't actually quantify our politicians in the United States.
But even still, it admits that some logicians, but it's different to what you are saying, would say that this is a, where was it? Ad populum fallacy.
I don't see, because they don't mention.
Can you see that?
What everybody thinks. I mean, I can.
In a roundabout way, because it's saying.
But that's an inference, and they don't want us to make inferences.
Look here, you'll be admired by others.
Right.
So that's why they're saying some would say that that's an ad populum.
But again, they're inferring, but telling us not to infer.
Okay, check for updates and find out when this was last edited, and see if this particular one was recently edited to be wrong.
Yeah, let's just move to the next one.
Let's move to the next one.
Irritated, we're still on 19.
Yeah. It is easy to see that goodness in this world, that goodness is in the world and not just in our minds, because as we look at the world, some things are obviously not evil or indifferent in themselves.
I have a problem with easy to see. That sounds assumptive. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's like might be easy to see for you. Maybe it's not easy to see for me.
I think it's circular. There's goodness in the world.
I'll read it one more time. It's easy to see that there's goodness in the world and not just in our minds, because when we look at the world, some things are obviously not evil. So there's goodness in the world because there are things that aren't evil.
Mm-hmm.
Right, which seems circular to me.
Yeah, I think it
does
might be
seem circular. I do, and I see how it is circular, but I'm just wondering, is that the main one? Is
that the best answer?
Yeah.
Maybe not. Boom, boom, boom.
Yeah, well, what it's saying, it's defining something into being. If there's even one exception to everything being evil, then therefore there's goodness in the world. I'm not sure if there really is a fallacy there. It does sound circular, but it's also true. If there's even one thing that's not evil, therefore there must be good, if it's a true dichotomy.
All right, here we go. Bum, bum, bum. Although good and evil are not complementary classes, this passage can be analyzed as Patitio Principii, since ceteris paribus, the meanings are similar enough to be circular reasoning.
Mm-hmm.
If this analysis is acceptable, then, in a sense, this fallacy turns of the fallacy. Oh, this is bad English sometimes. This fallacy turns into the fallacy of false dichotomy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So let me get that last bit again. If this analysis is acceptable.
You got a machine head, Hillary's.
Oh, yeah, I see.
It's better than the rest.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I love, not the band, the song by Bush. Machine Head.
That's good.
Got a machine head. It's better than the rest. Oh my God, that's what you just quoted.
Yes, that's what I was quoting.
How do you know Bush?
Dude, I'm 55. I'm not dead, and I didn't have experiences along the way.
I'm sorry. I've said that like you were 70, but you didn't watch TV, so I guess you.
I don't like pop culture, but I do like free music.
Yeah. Okay. We had radio back in our day.
And you obviously had good taste. Oh, wrong button. Don't want to look at that. Mr. Watkins has clearly and concisely detailed his arguments concerning the relative safety of tobacco products for third world countries. But let me remind you that we could hardly expect him to say anything else because he's worked in the tobacco industry for the last 20 years. So is that an ad hom?
Yes.
Yeah. We're attacking his motives.
Yeah. Although Mr. Watkins worked in the tobacco industry, it does not follow necessarily that he does not speak the truth. One might even offer the argument that his expertise is actually relevant to the subject of the argument. Fallacy of ad hom.
There it is.
Yeah. All persons act in order that they might get pleasure. Even so-called altruistic persons who help others so much that they do almost nothing for themselves must get pleasure out of giving, otherwise they wouldn't do it. Suppose a person hits himself over the head with a hammer. He must get pleasure from it, because why else would he do it if he didn't get pleasure from it?
Wrong.
But what's the name of the wrongness?
Complex?
No. I think it's clear.
All persons after they get pleasure.
Okay, so it's assuming it's for pleasure.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's also saying
everything is not nothing is altruistic.
It's circular. He must get pleasure because I'm saying that there's no other thing that it could be.
Yeah. He gets pleasure because he must get pleasure.
Yeah.
What's a description of affirming the consequent? You know, where you just assume the thing and then you try to.
I think that affirming the consequent is included in circular.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, am I being too particular?
No, Jay mentioned that before, and I said it's not an option because I meant, you've got to say circular reasoning in this quiz. But
he's one, right. But they're also taking a sample size of one person who's doing something very strange, right? Hitting himself over the head with a hammer.
Why is that strange again?
So it's not even a sample.
Well, that's typically something that people don't do for pleasure.
But it must be because that's the only reason people do things is for pleasure. So if I define it as if everything is only to give pleasure, then no matter what you do, no matter how unpleasant, must be pleasurable.
So you're saying circular?
Yes.
All right, let me think about that for a second.
We had this on my channel last night. A couple of people that were like defining God out of existence, and one of them wanted to claim that he didn't have a definition of God, but any definition you gave would be wrong. And I'm not picking on the person. I'm just noticing that was a problem with the logic there.
Yeah, I saw Wildheart do that one time and pointed it out to him. He immediately got it and corrected, and he was drunk.
So you know this is an interesting one because you can really boil it down to all persons and then act in an order that they might get pleasure could just be like, X, right? Like all persons X. And then suppose a person who is included in all persons does what again? X, right? He acts. He hits himself over the head with a hammer. So all persons X. One person X's. Therefore, what's the conclusion?
I don't think that is right in symbolic language. It would be a summation of all X.
All
and
persons?
then if, a summation of,
Okay, so all X.
Yes.
But then, so one X, right? He is an individual who's acting, right? So that's one X.
And this is an unobserved person doing it because it says.
Let me. Sorry.
Why else would he do it?
Let me put it this way, Halsey, and see if this helps. The premise is all persons act from the motive of pleasure, and the conclusion is the person gets pleasure.
Ooh, but wait a minute. They're saying all persons act, but they're not saying all acts are based on pleasure. All acts. They're saying all persons act, but they're not saying all acts. Right? I mean, isn't that a clue?
Well, it could be. I think you're reading too much into this one. I know last time I said that to Pixie, it backfired, but I'm seeing what Hillary's saying. It's completely circular to me. It starts off with all persons act in pleasure, even altruistic, blah, blah, blah. But the main premise is all persons act from
all persons
wanting
act,
pleasure.
Acting, so
and the conclusion is he gets pleasure. So it's a big old circle, but it might not be. What's your answer?
Well, all persons act for pleasure. This person did a thing. It must be for pleasure.
Pixie.
Let
me guess. You were right, and I was wrong. Oh no, we found it, and the answers were the same. So we remembered incorrectly.
It was consistent. It was
That's
consistent.
That's why you're confused.
Oh, because I remembered it incorrectly?
Yeah.
So I need to go back and rewrite my notes because it's backwards in my notes.
It actually had the same answers. Yeah, they didn't have differing answers.
Okay.
All right, those ones are fuck around.
Oh, I know what happened. That's when it's because I didn't correct it after we got it backwards, I bet.
So let's see the answer. Or have you chosen yet, Halsey? You're very indecisive on this one.
So all persons act to get pleasure. A person did something. It must have been for pleasure. That's what we're trying to say here, right?
Yeah.
It's not saying a person did something. It says if any person does anything, no matter how unpleasant, they must be getting pleasure from the unpleasant act.
Well, right. No, but see, in one instance they're saying all persons. In another instance, they're implying that all acts are for pleasure. All persons act.
You're missing. It's this. This is the premise.
So all
this is
actions
the conclusion.
must be for pleasure. I mean, is that what we're?
That's the conclusion. That highlighted bit there. So all persons act that they might get pleasure. He must get pleasure.
Yes. And
you're saying circular for that one?
Yes. You haven't told us anything. Yeah. Because it hasn't told us anything. But that you watch, Halsey will be. Oh, you haven't picked one, have you?
I don't know. Hold on. Let me just take 30 more.
If it's not circular, what could it be?
All persons act in order that they might get pleasure. Even so-called altruistic persons who help others so much that they do almost nothing for themselves must get pleasure out of giving. Otherwise, they wouldn't do it. Suppose a person hits himself over the head with a hammer. He must get pleasure from it, because why else would he do it if he didn't get pleasure from it?
I'm guessing by Richard's subtle breath noises that you agree.
Oh no, I was just thinking about something else.
Oh. Is it? Do you think it's circular, Richard?
Oh my gosh, now I have to come over here and read it.
Oh, he's talking to. Oh no, sorry, I thought you were.
We already did this one. We already did.
I'm debating between.
I didn't know you answered. Sorry.
I'm going to say accident. I'm going to go out on a limb on this one.
Okay. So we have three circulars and an accident.
But it's bordering on complex too, though. It's just driving me nuts.
That's what I thought.
Anyway.
I thought that at first, but then I settled on
And it's not. I don't think it's that when I said it's bordering on that.
Right. But it's all pleasure. Pleasure is the one theme going throughout it.
Right, but is it a misinterpretation of that leads to this, or is it just a circular reasoning justifying his own conclusion?
It is.
And that's what I'm torn between right now.
Yeah, circular reasoning, affirming the consequent. All persons, now don't even focus on the word act, but just all persons behave in ways that they might get pleasure. Therefore,
so I'm going to say it's circular.
In
that case, I'm going to say it's circular. They're just appealing to the conclusion they've already made.
Yes. They're defining something into existence and then saying it must be that because that's how I defined it.
So, Philosophy Lander says, the fallacy is petitio principii. The premise that all persons act from the motive of pleasure is the same statement as the conclusion. Was a tricky one. The Roper organization says that more persons watch CBS's 60 Minutes than any other news program on television. Therefore, it must be the best news programming on TV.
I think we all know
this. Do we know what the Roper organization is?
We do, but it doesn't matter.
No, the idea here is that popularity equals correct.
Yeah. It's an ad populum.
Oh, populum.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, because it's the more persons is the important bit.
Yes.
Gotcha. Yep. Okay, let's see. Ad populum. I don't think we need an analysis. Hilda Robinson, an old backwards ignorant lady who never got past the 4th grade in school, claims that chicken soup is good for a cold. What does she know? She's ignorant of the scientific evidence.
Yeah, she's probably wrong.
That was a complex... No, it was an ad hom. Watch the business report at 7 p.m. on Channel 6. It's the best report on current dealings on Wall Street because no comparative study of business reposts has ever proved to our satisfaction that there is any better.
Ad ignorance.
It's the best.
To our satisfaction.
I'd say ad ignorantium. It's the best.
What did you say, Richard?
We don't have any evidence otherwise, right?
I have no conflicting evidence. Thereby, this is true.
So ignorance. Yep, everyone's going with ignorance.
Yeah.
From the fact that a conclusion has not been proved, no other conclusion can be drawn. This passage illustrates one common version of the ad ignorantium fallacy. Well done, peoples. So we really only got collectively one or two wrong, and then individually one or two extras. We've got starting to get a good handle on these.
Yeah, but put me on my own, and I'll be 80% wrong.
You know, next time I would like to, but I have to do some homework first. I want to go into, and you know, you all may not be interested in this because it's pretty like, it can get pretty abstract. But the symbolic logic, like taking an argument and putting it in symbolic form and then analyzing it purely based on that form. It's all basically letters and symbols, and there's no, you're not looking at really the substance of the argument.
Oh, I know the name of this fallacy. Hold on a second. Let me remember it. Let's see. It's where you assume that someone else doesn't have interest in a thing because you do, and you're different from them. Come on.
Oh, I don't know.
No,
that's
not it. I'm saying that it might be boring to some people because it is definitely not like what we've been doing. It's not this. It's not. It's a. It would be a shifting of gears to go through that because. Not only is it that type of, examination, it's also learning the symbols and getting used to that.
Well, basically we've been doing the literature of logic and fallacies, and Faith would like to delve into the algebra.
Not exactly.
Faith would like to delve into the algebra.
It's still based on the verbal arguments. It's just
right. Well, I mean, in the same way, mathematics is the same way, though, right? Like you can explain a physics theory, or you can write it in mathematics.
That's like conditionals, simple. It's if this then that type of thing, or this or that. If this is true, then that is true, or if this or that is true.
And that's why I said algebra.
I've shared your screen,
and that's why I said algebra rather than geometry.
Okay.
Right.
And that's why I said algebra rather than geometry because of variables and X and Y and all that fun stuff.
Interest level 41.3%.
that you sent me. Hubby's out there. See my excitement.
How Sonic? I have an interest level of 41.3%.
Out of 100?
Yes, out of 100.
Okay. Well, what about everybody else? We don't have to do this right now. I'm just showing you.
I'm going to be going for a walk to get some sunlight here pretty quick, but I would love to do this when I get back.
Cool.
Yes, we'll probably be here.
Yeah, I could probably take a break.
Yeah, let's have a brain break.
Yeah, and then
that's probably not a bad idea.
Revisit it, right? A little later.
That was so fun, guys. Thank you so much for that.
That was fun.
It was fun.
I'm actually, and it's such an important thing with what we do here on YouTube in conversations and stuff to be able to get our head around these fallacies.
Yeah. And you know what? Watch any news show with these things in mind. Like go on YouTube and grab a news clip. And as soon as you hear something that seems like a fallacy, stop it and analyze it and see what you think. It's a lot of fun.
I heard somebody try to talk philosophy the other day, and it cracked me up because they did not do it like space, and they were horrible at it, and it was hilarious. Just the presuppositions they used in trying to talk about philosophy was so funny.
Who was this?
I'll give you a few guesses.
Praise I am.
Bingo.
Everyone, this is American, so you need to do this. Let's say you have 2 coins that add to 30 cents and one isn't a quarter. What coins do you have?
The other one's a nickel.
Oh, that's good.
I don't get it.
Quarter, because only one of them is not a quarter.
Which means the other one can be a quarter.
Isn't that funny the way our brains kind of assumed that neither of them could be a quarter?
Yes. But now that I look at it, it's like, does not say that in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah. There was a silly thing on Twitter the other day where they're like, I have 6 eggs. I ate 2. I dropped 1 and I threw 1 away. How many eggs do I have? And it's like, 6.
Well, they didn't exit from existence.
You have the 6 eggs, right? That's present tense.
Oh no! Well, in the other version is I had 6 eggs. I broke 2. I cooked 2.
Well, the mathematics don't matter.
I broke 2 and cooked 2. How many do I have left?
Well, hold on. Did you say had or have at the beginning?
Have.
Yeah, have, and then the other.
Oh, sorry, had. Oh,
had.
You're muted, 6. Pixie. Yeah,
so you had how
6.
Many?
Okay,
I broke 2 and cooked 2.
Yeah, you got 2 remaining.
Well, I mean,
are
the cooked ones still in existence? I mean,
no,
they could qualify as eggs.
They're gone.
Okay.
You
want to watch 4 left. And the reason I have 4 left is because they were the same 2. I broke them into the bowl and then I cooked them.
Oh, there you go.
That's what cracks me up is when people get the easiest riddles wrong. Like when they say, if you pass the runner in second place, what place are you in?
Yeah.
And every idiot is like, first, I'm in first place. No. No, you're not. You're in
There's
second
still
place.
someone ahead of you, goofball.
Yes.
You want to watch your brain be prejudiced.
That one cracks me up.
If you want to watch your brain be prejudiced because of social norms and misunderstandings of other societies, check this one out. 2 Native Americans are sitting on a hill. One is the father of the other one's son. What is their relationship?
I know.
Wait, there's 2 Native Americans sitting on a hill.
Father and son.
Yeah, you could say Indians or Native Americans. There's 2 Indians sitting on a hill. One's the father, the other one's son. What's their relationship?
Father and son.
No, one's the father of the other one's son.
The father of the other guy's son.
They're brothers.
See? You did it right there. You actually said it. That was amazing. Hillary's
they're brothers?
Too. Nope.
I mean,
one guy is the
not.
father of the
other guy's son.
The other guy's son.
No, not one is the father of the other guy's son. One's the father of the other one's son, not the other guy's son. You assumed guy.
Okay.
I never said that.
Sorry.
Uh-huh.
One's the father.
Oh. a husband and wife.
There you go.
Damn, that's the doctor is rushed into the hospital. Someone is rushed into the hospital.
Yeah. I thought he said men.
Father and son crash.
Why did I think he said men?
I was showing you the prejudice that you would assume they're men.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You just said Native Americans. Two Native
So
Americans.
did I.
Native Americans in the Western mind, in the English mind, all Native Americans are males.
No, that's not why I assumed men. It's because you placed them on a hill, and I assumed keeping watch, and that's why I assumed men.
Oh, see, you got too much context there.
Yeah.
You put them on a hill, and that's why I assumed men. That's what
I get. Well, that's what you think,
hills.
but I think you're just like the rest of us, and we just went straight to male. It's fucking bizarre.
No, I didn't. I didn't go straight to male until he said on a hill. When you put them on a hill, then I went, okay, they're male. They're keeping watch. Like, I don't know why. That's just...
Because you know of some people that actually do that. That's why. Why did everything go silent?
Either that or hunting.
All right, here's another brain teaser. There's what time period was Romeo and Juliet set?
Like
200 or 300 years ago.
Supposed to be.
Okay, so there is I'm going to call it a restaurant, somewhere you'd go in the 1700s. To
tavern
eat or dine or a tavern, and there's no one in there, and all that's there is a cleaner lady with a mop, sobbing, and laying on the floor dead is Romeo and Juliet.
I love these.
What happened?
I have 7 of these. Not this one. I'm adding to my collection right now. Am I allowed to ask yes or no questions, or do I have to?
Absolutely. No, you can ask. You can actually ask any question.
So we called these mini mysteries, and the parameters that I know of for the mini mysteries is the following: all questions have to be answerable by yes or no. The one guiding you through the puzzle has to answer yes, no, or irrelevant. They have to answer correctly in all cases. Some are judgment calls. I understand that. Yeah. You have to get the answer to the puzzle yourself. That is, the guide will not give you the answer, and usually there's a good sized shock value in getting the answer. Are we talking about the same thing, Sammy?
Abso-fucking-lutely.
Love these.
I have 4 or 5 of them as well, so that should be fun. I'm sure.
Best of all, I've not heard this one.
I know. I love when I get a new one. Because they're quite ancient, most of them. They just change subtle details to fit the time. So, ask some questions.
Does anyone else want to, or do you want an example? Because I can give examples of how to do this.
Yeah, you start, Richard, and then everyone else will pipe in.
Okay. The maid is sobbing. And there's a dead Romeo and Juliet are on the floor.
Yep.
And the maid has a mop, but I do not know that the mop is wet. Is the mop still wet?
Yes.
Is the floor still wet from the mop?
Big pardon? I missed
your question. Go ahead.
Go, Pixie.
No, he asked the same question. Is the floor wet?
Oh. Yes, the floor is wet.
Okay, is the floor slippery because it's wet?
Irrelevant.
Okay, so does the floor being wet have a direct relationship or causation to the death of Romeo and Juliet?
No.
Oh, interesting.
Was it cleaning up? Is it wet because they were cleaning up blood?
No.
Are Romeo and Juliet human?
No. Okay.
No.
Oh, very good.
This dude has the sexiest brain on the planet, man.
What was the last thing you said there, Hillary's?
Are they human? And then I was going to go with either cats or mice.
Oh, no. I actually am going to stop right here because I believe I know the answer, and that's what you do in a group. You just stop.
I know you know.
And I'm gonna reveal my answer in some other way when everyone else is ready to reveal their answers.
Yeah. So if you think you've got it, don't say it.
If there's no blood. Well, I guess I didn't ask if there was any blood. I just asked if they were cleaning blood. So is there any blood?
No.
No.
Nope.
So I would assume they're not even mice. Okay.
But Sammy wasn't kidding when he said that was a sexy brain activity on Hillary's part.
Yeah.
See, now I can actually answer questions to this puzzle.
Yeah.
I have multiple paths in my head. I'm just trying to decide which one I want to take at the moment.
Are Romeo and Juliet animals of any kind?
Yes.
Okay. And I'll just say, are they her mice or her cats? Some sort of a pet?
You need to ask better questions.
Multiple topic questions.
Yeah, too many questions at once.
Don't ask multiple don't give options within your questions.
Yeah.
Okay.
So break all that down if you want.
Are they her pets? And if you don't like the phrasing, ask me to rephrase.
Sammy, I'm going to say she's the cleaning lady to that.
Thank you.
Agree?
Yes. Pose it as a question. Is she the cleaning lady? Yes.
Is she the cleaning lady? Yes, we've already established that. Thereby, she doesn't own things. She's in a tavern. Are they her pets? Is a bad question.
Were they fish?
The answer would be no. Yes.
You're not supposed to blurt it out, Pixie. When you have the answer, you stop.
I asked. I said, were they fish?
Yeah, but if I answer, then that's it.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's it.
That's
I think we were all headed in that direction.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we're going to get there.
Yeah, just
how she knocked over the fish tank.
Yeah.
And the fish were called Romeo and Juliet. And
you guys want to do one slightly harder?
And she's sobbing.
You guys want to do one slightly harder?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Well, she's a fucking idiot because she could have put him in a cup of water. Anyway.
Yeah.
Well, maybe she came in after they quit flopping around. They were already dead.
But then she couldn't have knocked it over, could she?
Oh, yeah, true.
True. There's no accounting for the intelligence of the cleaning person. Okay, so here's in my experience one that's just slightly harder. So it's not too much of a leap. There's a man. Yes, death is often involved in these puzzles. There's a man found dead lying in a desert near a large stone. What's his name?
A large man found laying.
No, let me say it again because your brain already screwed it up.
Okay, sorry.
There's a man found dead lying in a desert near a large stone. What's his name?
Oh, and I made him a large man.
Yeah, it's large stone, not large man.
Okay, there's a man lying there.
And the man is a actual biological human.
Actual biological, one thing at a time. Which part of that do you want to ask?
The concept I'm trying to get across, is it a man like you and I are a man, or a man like G.I. Joe?
Is it a physical human being?
Yeah, a man like G.I. Joe, like a little action figure or model, or something other.
Well, then you have to say, is he a living flesh and being human being?
Yeah, don't give me choices. Just stay with biological. The other one is negated by answering. If you ask me if it's a biological and I answer yes, then it can't be a plastic toy.
So is it a biological human?
An actual human, an actual biological human, as opposed to a non-human or a non-biological, but in the shape of a human?
Well, you have to ask lots of questions to get there then.
But I'm trying to cut it down so it doesn't take.
Okay,
I know.
Well, I'm just suggesting you oversimplify on purpose to be specific so that you don't mislead yourself in these puzzles.
Okay.
So was that yes to biological?
Which one of those questions do you want to ask?
Is it a biological human?
That's 2 questions. There are biologicals that are not humans.
Well, you said a man, so we pretty much have to think that it's a human.
Okay.
So is it biological?
Yes.
Is it human?
Yes.
And you said he's lying dead in the desert?
Yes.
In front of a large stone.
Near.
Or near a large stone.
Is it a tombstone?
No.
Has it been worked at all?
By work, do you mean? Moved? I'm sorry, I spoke over your answer that you were already giving to my question. Say it again.
I asked if it has been worked at all, and by worked I mean like chiseled or transported in any way. Anything like that.
Chiseled? No. I'm going to treat that as 2 separate questions because it is. Chiseled? No. Transported? Yes.
Was he in the process of moving the stone?
No.
I gotta mute because my dog's whining to go outside.
If never again Sandy needs to hear the question again, the question or puzzle is this. A man is found dead lying in an expansive desert near a large stone. What is his name? Oh, you quoted it perfectly. Yeah, that was perfect, Sandy. Oh, by the way, none of these are wordplay. They all follow logically, and it's not taking advantage of language or anything like that.
So it's not something like John Doe?
No, it's not going to be John
Was
Doe.
he wearing clothes?
Yes.
I'm going to go for a walk, so it's going to be 30, 40 minutes. I'll just have to catch up.
Later.
Rewatch this later.
Okay, no worries, Hillies.
Okay, let me ask you some questions. What kind of clothes? Like establishing that someone has. Yeah, here's the interesting thing about all of these puzzles. No matter which part of which part of the puzzle that you attack, if you exhaust that, you'll have the answer.
Yeah. Okay.
So if you invested all your time and investigated thoroughly the stone, you'd have the answer. The person, you'd have the answer. How they got to the middle of the desert, you'd have the answer. Just anything.
Was he wearing a military uniform?
No.
Did he walk in the desert?
No.
Did he ride a horse?
No.
Did he crash?
Did he crash? Yes.
Was he a
did
pilot?
Did he fall from a... Sorry, you go.
Was he a pilot? No. Go as fast as you want. I can keep up.
Did he fall from the sky?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Is the stone in a geometric shape?
Yes, everything 3-dimensional is in a geometric shape. You want to restate that more specifically?
Platonic shape.
Is it some specific known platonic solid shape?
Yes.
No.
Okay.
is the rock the thing that crashed?
That would be separate from the person crashing, or are you trying to establish if it was the person or the stone that crashed?
Did they fall together, or did he just fall near the stone?
One question.
Yeah. Okay. So did he
fall
near
the stone?
Near the
yes.
stone.
Yes.
Did the stone fall?
Yes, the stone did fall.
Did the stone fall before the man?
Yes. Never had anyone ask that question before, Pixie. That was weird. But okay.
Why? Why is that weird?
So it didn't
when you do these enough, you end up with people ask the same questions repeatedly. But it was weird that you asked that. And whenever someone asks a question that's never been asked before, it makes me curious, or it makes me suspicious that their brain function is unusual.
Did the man have a parachute?
Yes.
No, he did not.
So it wasn't a meteor that struck a parachute, collapsing it, causing him to fall? Okay.
No, the man had no parachute.
Was he wearing any type of uniform?
Any type of uniform? That's so weird. Because you could say a fashion statement is a uniform.
Oh. No, a uniform is a required
Does there have to be several people wearing a certain outfit for it to be a uniform?
Yes, that's what I'm getting at.
He is wearing no uniform.
Okay, thank you. So he's not like a prisoner or anything. Are there any vehicles near him?
No.
Is the stone a meteorite?
Yes. Do you have the answer?
I'm going to stop.
Don't say it.
I'm stopping.
There you go.
So you
she has
think
it.
You've got the answer?
Good job. So you do know his name, though. Pixie, you do know his name, yes? You are muted.
I think so.
If you have a name, then you have the answer.
I have a name.
Okay, good.
Fuck, I'm miles away. I'm not even close.
It's a meteorite and it fell before him. Go from there.
Absolutely. See, but every brain functions differently, Pixie. You can't just say something like that and expect him to solve it on your questions.
That does absolutely nothing for me.
It means nothing. Yeah. See, I figured you at about 80%, Pixie, and then you just jumped the rest of it. And I've got Sammy at like 30% right now. Like, he's not in that neighborhood yet.
This dude's dead.
He's dead. Yeah. I mean, Pixie will... Okay, from here on, Pixie answers the questions. There. Take over, Pixie.
No, because I never said... I said I think I have a name. I didn't say I have the name.
Okay, Sammy, promise not to read it, and Pixie put it in the private chat.
Hang on, I'm not in the private chat. That's okay. Go for it.
Because if he hits a spot where I question myself, I jump back in.
Oh, you're going to reserve. Okay, fine. But I think you're ready to answer questions.
So what? Like, it's obviously got something.
Just pick anything and investigate the crap out of it, Sammy. Don't worry about it. Just ask the most mundane, simple questions.
Is the rock bigger than the man?
Yes.
Is the rock the cause of the man's death?
Pixie?
You're muted.
That's a tough one. That you could go about 3 ways with that and still be accurate and not misguiding, right?
I I can't. No answer I give will be helpful to you. I'll put it that way.
Okay, so Sammy, clarify, do you mean direct or indirect cause?
Okay, I guess that answers. So it's indirect.
Yes, it's the, see, she has the answer. She just won't, I know you have the answer. Yes, indirect cause.
But knowing how it happened, I don't know how that gives me his name. The only name that meteorites and all that can come up with is just a weird correlation. It's not like I've solved anything.
No, it's necessary.
Superman or Clark Kent. Oh, dude, I got that like 20 minutes ago.
You should have said it.
But it's too simple.
No, it's just that simple.
That's what I thought. That's why I was like, if he goes somewhere and I start questioning myself, I was like, it can't.
The meteorite was kryptonite?
Yeah.
Oh, isn't that crazy?
See, as soon as you have the answer, you can answer any question to the puzzle. That's the fun part. Yeah, Pixie totally could have taken over your questions, or you could have answered them.
I wasn't 100% sure I was right, but that's it. But I also thought it was Clark Kent.
Here's one then. This might be a bit easier, but there's a man found dead. Why are they always dead?
Yes, I noticed that too.
And he's found hanging.
From
a noose, obviously. But the room is devoid of any objects. So how did he die? Obviously from hanging.
I think I've heard this one. Yeah, I think I'm gonna bow out on this one because I think I've already heard it.
So there's no furniture, is what you're saying. There's nothing to stand on.
No.
Is the rope tied to anything?
Irrelevant.
So no pulley system, no like throwing a greater weight. Okay. Is the rope attached to something? Like a beam or?
Yes. But to help, I'm going to say irrelevant.
Well, I figured that. Because a beam would make it irrelevant. Let's see.
Yeah, I said noose, nerdy. He was found hanging in a noose.
And there's nothing to stand on. So, and what it's tied to is irrelevant.
Yep. You got to try and So all you've got to really work with is the man in the room. Because I've made it apparent that the rope's not really.
Is he off the ground?
Yes.
Can I answer some questions so I'm sure I have the right puzzle?
Yes.
Let me field like 2 or 3 in a row to be sure.
No, Sandy.
So he didn't jump. Nobody strangled him because he's not on the ground. And there's not a counterweight involved because what it's tied to doesn't matter.
So you're right now reviewing what you know is false.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
And yes, nerdy.
Okay, hold on. There's nothing to stand on. There's no counterweight. He wasn't strangled.
He was strangled by the noose.
Right, but he wasn't manually strangled because he's not on the floor. Like by somebody else.
Correct.
And that's a no, Bond.
But he's hanging there.
Okay, that's enough.
I'll say yes, Sandy, but that's not like that's assumed that the noose broke the neck.
That's
no,
enough of me answering.
Did he fall through the roof?
No, Ox, no. Yes, I said damage. Other than the noose, there's no objects, Bond.
So is there any damage to the roof?
No.
No damage to the roof. Okay. No. What type of build? Oh gosh. I don't even know what type of building we're in. Let's see. There's no furniture. There's no damage to the roof. So how does he get off the ground? No counterweight. And it is a rope. Like it's not like his tie made a noose or some shit. Like it's a fucking rope.
Yep, just a plain old ordinary noose.
And he is off the ground.
And he's swinging in the air. Yep, off the ground. Is the other end of the rope also attached to the person? No.
No, it's tied to something. It could be like a beam, but that's irrelevant.
Yeah.
Because it's not a counterweight and it doesn't explain how he got off the ground. Because there's no furniture to stand on to reach the rope to jump from, which is why what it's tied to is irrelevant.
Yeah.
Okay. So I can assume that he cannot reach the rope from ground level, right? Like it's not a low ceiling or anything like that.
Nope.
Sammy, check private chat to confirm or deny.
Correct the mundo, brother.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, you got that pretty early on too. Good on you.
Hanging from a noose. There's no furniture.
I'll send you in a direction.
Is it a human?
Yes.
It's a human.
Environment. Ask me questions about the environment. Because
you said I walked in a room.
Yeah, the environment meaning the room.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what kind of room I'm in. But there's no furniture, so questions. All I can think of is like a warehouse or a cave.
In a room, you've got 4 walls, a roof, and a floor. You've asked about the roof.
Yeah.
So what else is in a room?
The walls and the floor, but in windows and...
Ask some questions about the walls and the floor.
Are there high windows?
Irrelevant.
I would never be this forgiving in my answers.
This just doesn't make sense to me. What kind of room doesn't have any fucking furniture unless it's a warehouse or some stupid shit? There's no roof damage, but it has a roof, so it's not an open space like an atrium. It's definitely not like a chimney. Is it a public room?
Irrelevant. No, there's no holes in the floor.
I just felt her spirit die when you said irrelevant. She was like,
I know.
Is there a door?
Yeah, but irrelevant.
No, because there's a type of room that doesn't have a door. Thank you.
Oh, okay.
Well, it does, but it's like you go down into the room. You don't go through a door.
Okay. Yep, no.
Anyway.
You can't ask that sort of question, Bon. You have to ask a yes or no question. No, Ox, it wasn't a sex swing accident.
How would you get off the floor in a room?
Yeah, I suck at this game.
Since I'm not administering, I'd say, Pixie, that was a really good question. Get it answered.
My mind is trying to figure out which way to go.
So far you've asked about the ceiling and the walls of this room.
Yeah. No. That wouldn't make sense.
Can I ask a bad non-leading question?
Yeah.
Is the floor a trampoline?
That's what I was going to ask, and it doesn't make sense.
No. Was it a good swing accident? Sex swing accident?
Is it a bouncy
No, it wasn't.
house?
No. Yes, the floor is still there.
Are there stairs?
No.
There's no furniture, so there can't be a ladder or anything. There's nothing fixed like stairs.
Nope. Hillary's isn't even here to help you. He's probably listening.
There's no furniture. There's no stairs.
No ladder rocks.
I'm in a room.
See, do you know why you got it, Richard? Because you do these. That's why I'm able to solve them.
That's part of the beauty of these is it does train your brain in applicable logic, and you do get better at it.
Was the floor always solid?
Yes. Of the room, yes.
Yeah, but could it contain something that wasn't?
No.
So it's not like a pool. There's no liquid there's no flooding, no anything.
Well, there was like 6 questions there.
There's no water involved.
Oh, that's another thing. Never ask a question in the negative.
Is there any water involved?
Yes.
Water is involved. Okay.
You're definitely not heading in the wrong direction. That's a good rule too, not to ask in the negative.
Water is involved. Is the water how he gets off the floor?
How do I answer that, Richard?
Yeah, I saw that too. Restate the original question, please, Pixie.
Is the water how he got...
Yeah, is the water how he gets off the floor?
I am unforgiving, and I would answer no.
Okay.
Which means it is somehow involved in him getting off the floor, but it's not what he uses, on purpose.
Okay, now form that into a question so Sammy can actually answer you. Was the water indirectly involved?
I know the question. Was the water indirectly involved in getting him off the floor? The answer is yes. But I'm trying to
That's an interesting angle there, nerdy.
Did the water drain from the room? John says the floor is lava.
I've never heard anyone say that one. That's interesting.
Yeah, that is actually very clever, isn't it? I never thought of that. Did the water drain from the room? He might have swum up and hung the rope, but no. But that is a cool answer.
That's what I was thinking of when I was thinking maybe a pool, but then.
Yeah, his answer was very 007 trap, you know?
Yeah.
All right. Is the room round?
No.
No.
Remember, you're on the right track with water, so you should be trying to figure out what the hell the water.
Believe me, I took that into account when I asked if the room was round.
Oh, okay. Like maybe an aquarium or something.
No, I was thinking of hydraulics and dams and stuff like that.
Okay.
And it's not meant to contain water or to hold liquid.
No.
So it's not like a pool or a silo, like a water tower or anything.
No.
Is the room man-made or is okay? Yes. Wait, it's a man-made room, so it's not like a cave or anything like that.
I'm gonna say irrelevant to be kind.
Water. No, it is relevant because how water acts in different locations is relevant.
Normally, a guide's answer of irrelevant is their way of saying if you chase that, it's going to lead you down a path away from where you want to be.
Yeah.
But if there's no furniture in the room and water is indirectly responsible, but the space is not used to contain water.
So you need to ask more questions about the water.
There's no damage on the roof. More questions about the water, like what? Like is it salt water?
No.
No.
That's.
What? I don't think that helps.
Not a bad question. It kind of does if you think about it.
Well, salt water rules out a lot of.
I didn't say irrelevant, so.
Yeah. So it's fresh water.
Yes.
I would ask if it was from the building, but it can't be because there's no furniture. Including a sink. So you can't have flooded it. Where would the fresh water come from?
I'm going to be super kind, and I'm going to ask you a question, Pixie. Where is the water in this room? Because I don't know you've established that yet. All you've established is that water is involved.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, location, volume, things like that could definitely hone you in.
Yeah, but I'm thinking there's no sink for it to come from because there's no furniture. There's no damage to the roof, so there's no flooding. If there's no sink, I'm assuming there's no fucking pipes because why would there be pipes? And where the hell is the water coming from?
Or if you identified how the water got there, that would also hone you right. I'm gonna go smoke. I can't shut up.
Did it bring the water in?
Richard would say no, and I'm going to be kind and say technically yes.
That both of those things were true.
Intentionally. Was it his intent to bring the water in?
Yes.
Is the room on low ground?
Irrelevant.
How is that irrelevant? You're going to tell me that him being next to a body of water is irrelevant too, huh?
Absolutely. You don't know how close you are. Like you're right there. But I think you haven't asked enough questions about the water.
You keep saying that, but it's fucking water.
Yeah,
and
but
he intended
Richard
to bring
said
it somehow.
Location, amount.
So I assume it's underneath the swinging guy.
Well, you assume, you haven't asked.
Why would the water be above him? Unless he's on a boat that turned
That's
upside
not
down.
a yes or no question.
Fine. Is the water below him?
Yes.
Exactly. So what do you mean where the water is? It's below him, obviously. It helps him get up.
And you've obviously also assumed an amount. That's why it is crucial to ask every silly little question.
Yes, I know. And that's why I've been asking other questions.
Because I noticed by your hand movements.
I've been trying to break that assumption. That's why I haven't. Anyway, let's see. So the water indirectly helps him, but it's not enough for him to float because there's no drain in the floor, which means you wouldn't be able to go in to find him. I get that. Believe it or not, I am not assuming he floated up there in gallons of water.
No. Geo, no.
Is the water contained to like in a specific like location within the room,
No.
or is it's not contained?
No.
Okay.
Good question.
It's not contained. He meant to bring it in, but there's obviously not a lot of it. So how did it help him with no furniture? Ugh, I'm gonna have a headache. Okay, I need another hit for this shit.
Man, you're so close. So
where's a room where you would intentionally?
Here, I'm gonna. reiterate the yes answers that matter. There's
Water
a man
indirectly helped.
swinging from a noose, dead, above uncontained water. I'm going to call it a puddle, if you want.
Yes.
That's the information you have.
Yes. And puddle is accurate because I'm not saying it was enough to swim in or anything. But how does the water help him get up there with no furniture? There's no damage to the roof. There's no damage to the floor other than the puddle. There's no furniture. Is there anything broken on the floor?
Nope.
Nothing broken on the floor.
There's no items in the room, remember, except the water. I'm going to give you some some thinking music.
And you're sure the kind of room doesn't matter?
Mm-hmm. No, she's not looking at the chat, bless her soul. There's 2 people have answered it so far, Pixie, so don't look.
I don't want to.
Geo, you got the answer. Don't worry, I didn't flash it. You give up?
Yeah, like I got the last one. I don't know why I can't get this one. Hold on.
I know, it's weird. You got the last one really quick, so don't feel bad. Do you know why? And I'm not saying this is actually it, but I do notice the key to this is trying not to focus in too much on specifics.
No, that's my problem right there.
I know. It's really as simple.
I got the other one so fast because I focused on specifics.
Oh yeah. Well, the key to this whole thing is the water.
Well, I know, but it doesn't make any sense unless it melted. It was ice. He brought in ice.
Oh, yeah, she got it! Woo! Well done.
Why did that take me so long?
I don't know. Because you were worried about the water. Like, was it? Did he swim? Did he?
What kind of room am I in?
Yeah.
All right, Sammy. Let's see if you know this
Go
one.
for it.
All right. Okay, so this is probably jumping a significant level harder.
Okay.
Let me recall the puzzle. Give me a second because I'm doing something else right this second. Okay. All right. Oh my God!
I'm mad at myself.
In my mind.
No, don't be.
I'm just curious if you've heard this one before. Do
you remember it now?
I have a list of them. I'm just going to check. I'm just going to give you a different one. It's also a jump ahead in difficulty. Okay. 2 men walk into a restaurant. They both order albatross. Each of them take 1 bite, look at each other, and nod. One stands up, walks out of the restaurant, out behind the building, and shoots himself in the head.
Two men walk into a restaurant and order albatross.
Mm-hmm.
They each take a bite. And what was the next bit?
Nod at each other.
Nod at each.
They nod yes at each other.
Yeah.
One stands up, walks out of the restaurant, goes out, where nobody can see him, kills himself.
And
have you heard of it?
Oh, I just wanted to type it out so I could keep referring back to it. So, 2 men walking around. So, is the albatross important, or is it a red herring? Okay, so they ordered albatross. Is
yes.
Albatross a drink?
No.
Is it an actual albatross?
Yes.
And that's weird, right?
That's
weird.
Quite weird.
Anyway, that's what I said. Weird thing to order. That's a bird, right? A giant bird?
Yep.
Yeah, it's a weird thing to order.
Were they celebrating?
No.
Did they walk in together?
Yes. Yes, Blake, they each took 1 bite of the albatross. Yes, ox, as in big ass bird. Not that the bird has an especially big ass, but it's just a big ass bird.
Indeed, and it spends most of its life in flight, rarely
also
landing.
True.
Mm-hmm.
Also true.
Likes to be over oceans.
Also true.
Mm-hmm. Were they in planes?
No.
In what?
Aeroplanes. No.
And the man who killed himself shot himself.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
They both ordered albatross, took 1 bite, nodded.
I need to know why the fuck they were ordering albatross.
Yes, Crypta, the dodo bird, is also a large bird and extinct.
Do you know how I learned about the albatross? Fun fact?
Sure.
There was some Disney show called Rescuers Down Under.
Oh, yes.
Yes, there was.
And the albatross flew the mice around.
Which is to scale just fine. You don't even have to ask European or African albatross. You don't even have to ask that question.
Oh, so hang on. I've got the premise here. I forget the question. 2 men walk into a bar and order the albatross. They each take a bite and nod. The other one stands up and walks out in the restaurant.
One stands up and walks out and shoots himself. Yeah.
What's the question?
Why?
Why?
Why did he kill himself?
Yeah.
Okay. God, I don't even know what I was trying to figure out then. So why did this guy kill himself? After taking
Peter W., it seems you're a recent arrival. I'm going to bring you up to speed. We're doing what I call, and some call, mini mysteries, where you give all necessary information to spurn questions that can be answered by yes, no, or irrelevant by the administrator of the puzzle, so that the puzzle administrator never gives the answer, but the participants realize the answer. And it's an exercise in logic, applied logic.
Did they swallow their bite of albatross?
Irrelevant.
Okay.
But they came in together. So I'm assuming
Yes.
they knew each other before, or they wouldn't have
Yes.
walked in together.
Establish how.
So the first man remained at the restaurant.
Yes.
Did he know the second man was going to kill himself
When?
when the man left to do it?
Yes.
Was there an unrequited love situation?
No. None of these are metaphors, Crypta. Everything's contained within the puzzle. Every possible question is indicated that it should happen.
The albatross, Pixie.
So when he left, he knew that he was going to kill himself. But
Yes.
when they walked in the restaurant, did he know?
No.
Ah. Because they were the last two I'm not supposed to say the answer if I think I know it. Am I?
You do not.
I
Go ahead and
don't
say
know.
the thing because you do not know the answer.
Okay. They were the last two albatrosses.
No. An albatross is so
were
large.
they the last two albatrosses?
I think you don't understand the scale of the size of the bird albatross. I think you're assuming it's like maybe the size of a turkey or something. No, it's not. Albatross are huge. You could probably feed an entire medium-sized crowd of people from one albatross. There weren't two albatross that died to make the restaurant able to serve albatross.
Oh, you're just saying they ordered albatross, not an albatross each.
That's
You're
correct.
right. I see.
There was a false assumption there. I'm giving you too much, but
Really?
I really gave you more than I should have. But it was so tertiary anyway that it was okay for me in my mind morally to give you that much.
I'm more interested in how they know each other right now.
Yes,
I'm trying to
go
formulate
ahead.
A question about it.
Are they in an intimate relationship?
Define intimate.
Was it
Be more
business?
defined.
Romantic.
No.
Are they related to each other?
What do you mean by related?
Like,
Family.
Are they family?
Are they direct family? No.
Okay.
Are they distant family?
No. Well, distant family, the whole earth, in my opinion.
Yeah,
is
I know.
distant family.
But
So
you know
is it
what I
like-
mean. Like cousins.
Is it like a, do they do business together?
Yes.
Are you off, Gio? Oh,
Is
you
it-
have to work.
Is it military or just
See,
business?
buddy. One question.
Okay, is it military?
No.
Okay.
Is
but
it
they're
business?
Are they business partners?
Yes.
Were they discussing business?
No. Ox. Yes.
What did Ox say?
Is there a deserted island involved?
Are you kidding me? I saw that and I was like, I'm not going to ask that. That's going to be totally
Blake
unrelated.
Marshmallow. Yes, the albatross at the restaurant was cooked properly, perfectly, lovely, gorgeous albatross meat.
So there's a deserted island involved. I feel like they know this one.
it's really good if they didn't. If they don't know this one. Okay, I'll shut up. I know this one. Yeah.
Okay, well, thanks for the steer in the right direction.
They're business partners.
For that matter, Ox, you could start answering questions in the side chat.
They're stranded on a deserted island?
How can they be if they're at a restaurant ordering albatross?
2 different locations? No, they're not the only ones in the restaurant. Ox could start answering questions in the side chat. If you so desired.
Okay.
How are they in a... Oh, so they're not... So are they on a deserted island?
No.
But one is involved somehow.
I remember the other puzzle I wanted to give now.
Okay,
because
so
it has great shock value. That's a really fun one. We'll do that one next, maybe.
Partners, right?
Yes.
They're business partners.
Was there a failed business transaction?
No.
Is one partner embezzling?
No. Is the supernatural involved? Nerdy rodent? No.
Man, this is tricky. I still don't know the significance of the albatross. I think
well, that'd be a good thing to ask questions about then, wouldn't
it? The key with these things, Pixie, is if there's something that's outlandish, that's the key you need to hone in on.
The weird thing they ordered?
Yeah.
That's definitely a shorter path than some paths that are available.
Because sorry, Pixie. Because why the fuck would you be eating albatross? And I said albatross.
I don't understand that either. That's not something I'd ever go looking to eat.
But it's got to be
related.
Yes,
there was more on the menu than just albatross, Blake.
Who the fuck hunted that albatross? Poor bird. Anyway.
Irrelevant.
I know.
How the restaurant got albatross is irrelevant. Don't concentrate on that.
It's just a weird thing to have. I'm just saying.
I'm wondering if I don't know enough about albatrosses to know the significance.
It's a large, flighted, extremely long-winged, probably something around 100 to 130 pound bird.
It spends most of its life
spends
in
most
flight.
of its time gliding and eating fish from the surface of the oceans.
Yeah,
they almost never land. If they land, they're probably going to land. They don't like human beings. They tend to be places where humans are not. Although they're famous for following seagoing vessels.
Okay.
Were they on a ship before they got to the restaurant?
Yes. By the way, that was a huge leap forward, probably about 7 to 10%.
So, with the men,
so when I said they spend most of their lives over the ocean, and you were excited about that, that was why.
I tried to not act excited about your knowledge of albatross. Yes, and yes,
okay.
you detected that I was a little bit excited about it. You're right.
Okay. So now we've got a ship.
So, did the men come from a deserted island to the restaurant?
Yes.
Did they bring the albatross to the restaurant?
No. Nerdy Rodent asks, Was the albatross somehow involved in their lives prior to the restaurant incident? Yes.
Yes, I'm trying to figure out if there was a
Was
shipwreck
the
or if the albatross caused the death of other people, like
Aren't these
shipmates.
fun?
Was the albatross a pet?
No.
Okay.
Did an albatross cause harm to the ship?
No.
2 people?
No.
No. Okay. What was the name of the does albatross have something to do with the name of the ship?
No, nor any wordplay.
Okay. So
See,
why
this
would
is
the albatross
this is
be
entertaining
significant to them?
possible universes. That's what this is, and trying to figure out the logic of that universe, which is great mental exercise.
Okay, so see, there's a ship, and albatrosses spend a lot of time over the ocean.
Mm-hmm. Just nice factoid, not necessary to the story, because Ox knows the story and is not trying to give it away.
Does the ship arrive in one piece?
I'm sorry, I got
Did they
lost.
shipwreck?
Did they shipwreck?
Mm-hmm.
Is that what you just said? Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
But in which direction, Pixie? Did they shipwreck at the island, or is that what you mean?
Ask either one.
Were they shipwrecked at the island?
Yes.
Were they rescued?
Yes.
Was there
By
something
humans?
Were they rescued by humans? Yes.
Was there something about the albatross meat specifically that made him want to hurt himself or kill himself? Like, did he?
I can't discern what you mean. You mean like, was it poisonous? Did it taste good? Are you asking?
No, I
questions
mean
like
like, you know, like animals eat things and birds eat things. Did he find something?
Did he find something?
Mm-hmm.
I have no idea where your mind just went, and I'm sorry, but I'm going to need more words.
We'll get back to it later.
Was he emotionally attached to the bird?
No.
Okay, so that's not... So get rid of that pathway. So, did the meat affect his thinking?
Yes, the meat affected his thinking, but the formation of the question makes me think that you're thinking that it
wrong way.
Direct causation changed his brain states. And if you're asking that, I answer no. Okay.
Thank you for being generous.
It was Blake. It was just a factoid of the albatross to give an idea of scale. Ox was giving an idea of scale of the animal.
So something to do with eating the albatross made him kill himself, Pixie, but not like it poisoned him and made him go crazy or anything. It's an indirect cause.
Yes.
So how could eating meat indirectly cause you to want to kill yourself? After being trapped on a tropical island, possibly with this. Was this albatross on the island with them?
When you say this, do you mean the one in the restaurant or do you mean the one at the island?
The one they ate. Was the one they ate on the island with them?
Wait, is the one they ate at the restaurant, was it also on the island with them? No.
There wouldn't have been. Albatrosses very, very rarely land. If they saw them, most likely they saw them while they were on the ship in the ocean. So when they do land, they usually land in very high places where there are not people and just long enough to breed.
They're a bit reclusive, yeah.
Obviously not. They're in a fucking restaurant on someone's plate. So someone caught them.
Well, that's what I said. How the fuck did they get an albatross? That's weird. And he said irrelevant.
You can get albatross, but you got to do it on purpose, and you got to know what you're doing, where to look.
Yeah.
I mean, you're not having albatross for $50 a plate. You're having albatross at $300 a plate. You know what I'm saying?
So the restaurant's after the rescue from the deserted island.
That was a yes or no question.
Was it? I thought you were
what
just
was
restating facts. I thought you were reviewing facts. Forgive me. Say it again.
So the restaurant is after they've been rescued from the deserted island, right?
Yes.
After the rescue. Okay. So we need to go to the deserted island to forget the restaurant for a sec.
Yeah,
but keep the idea of the albatross.
Yeah.
That's some kind of plan, yeah.
So on the deserted island.
Hello, Brother Beck.
Oh,
did you see? Oh, we both clicked it and it disappeared. What the Beck is going on here?
What the Beck? Jeez.
And everyone's getting hungry because we're talking about eating albatross. How is that making people hungry?
It sounds great. I don't know.
It kind of does, actually. Like chicken.
Like sea turkey.
Okay.
I don't care for chicken. Quail is better. People say quail tastes like chicken, but it doesn't. Tastes better.
To say that this is a step up from those ones we did is like an understatement.
I said it was a good size step up.
We never would have wound up with Deserted Island. That was such a huge head start for us from us.
Oh, sure.
Well, not quite, because I think I was starting to go there because I was fixing to ask, are they local?
Is who local to what?
I meant way back then. I was going to ask, were they local to the area they were in, the business partners? Yeah.
Were the business partners local to the restaurant?
They're not. We know that now. But I would have asked that earlier.
No,
local to the area the restaurant was in.
You don't know that.
Well, okay, we don't know that, but.
So what's the answer?
Would you like me to answer that, though?
Yes.
Yes.
Sure, yes.
Yes.
Oh, they are local.
They're in a restaurant local to where they normally would have been located. Yeah.
Okay.
So they've somehow wound up stranded on an island and come back home, took one bite of a bird, and blew his brains out.
So now I'm starting to wonder what happened on this trip. Who was lost?
Great question.
Was this like a memorial thing, eating the bird? Okay.
Is it a type of memorial to go to the restaurant, order albatross, and have a bite of it? Yes.
And blow your brains out. Yes.
Well, not both of them do that. Don't bear in mind. Don't confuse.
No,
Only one of them stood up and blew out their brains.
Right.
Blake, the answer to this is yes. No, it's not. There's no stupid questions in these.
So now it's
because you can't assume anything.
No, Romeo and Juliet were fish. So
how do we? All right. Was it before the ship wrecked? Were they on a business trip, or was it just like a trip with other people?
Would you ask those one at a time, just so I get you more in the habit of doing so?
Were they on a business trip?
No.
Were they on a holiday?
Did they have other people with them?
Were they on a holiday? Yes. Were there other people with them? Mm-hmm. I'm going to be unusually generous because there's an assumption in the question, and I'm going to forgive it.
Well, hey, I'll be more specific then, Richard. Were there people on the island with them?
No.
Were there people on the ship with them other than the people driving the ship?
People, no. Trying to give you a clue here. Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and outright say it. Person, yes. People, no.
So
okay.
And that's what I'm saying. So the guy that killed himself may have been like his spouse or something.
Did the man that shot himself lose his wife?
No.
His son?
No.
Did the man that shot himself lose a family member?
There you go. There you go. Eliminate a whole bunch of large category, narrow it down. There you go. No, not a family member.
Okay. And not, did the man, because I don't know if you asked or just we just said it, did the man lose a spouse?
No.
Okay. So no family, no spouse, but enough to shoot himself.
Was the death a sacrifice? If sacrifice means to gain something else in some other way, no. If sacrifice means...
Yeah, to save someone or... yeah.
Well, no. That would be a gain some other gain. But if you meant sacrifice the opposite direction, I need more words than this.
Okay, hang on. What?
Did the man lose a coworker? Yes. Cryptomeria
is... Why would there be 3 men on a ship?
You already established they're on holiday.
But we've called it a ship. How do 3 men...
What's the size of a ship?
Very large.
How large is very large? I don't know what you mean by ship.
Needs more than 3 people to drive the damn thing, or else you'd call it
okay,
a boat
if that's
or
your
a
definition
yacht
of ship, they were not on a ship. Would you like to select a smaller scale?
Were they on a yacht?
Yes.
Okay, see, I was going, like, the ship was steering me in all sorts of weird directions. Okay, so they're just dudes on a yacht. They've lost one of their co-workers. The 2 remaining co-workers have gone back to a restaurant, ate an albatross in some sort of memorial, walked outside, blown his head off.
But only one kills himself.
So much information, but it is...
I know.
Still...
You're probably about 70%. You guys are probably about 70% of the puzzle right now.
Is the guy who kills himself responsible for the loss of the 3rd coworker?
No.
No. Okay.
Does he feel responsible?
Are the men pirates? No. Does he feel responsible? No.
Was there a pact?
Yes. Ooh, boy, that was a good strong leap forward. Look at that. That was like 5% of the puzzle right there. Did he have to kill himself to save the others? No.
But there was a pact. Interesting.
Well, that was by the nod.
Here we go. We don't know how the dude died, and that we need to figure that out. Was he murdered? Was the dude that died... No. Okay. Was it an accident? And I know it's kind of implied, but I'm trying to be nice and specific.
No. Good. Yeah, be thorough. Blake, was he going to jail if he didn't kill himself? No. Is this fun to watch as an administrator or someone who knows the answer? Yes.
So.
Oh wait, what question was I going to ask?
Food poisoning. No.
Did the 3rd coworker die as a result of the shipwreck?
Yes.
Did the man who shot himself, was he driving the boat?
Irrelevant.
Okay. And he didn't feel guilty and he wasn't responsible, so I don't know where I was going with that anyway. is it relevant that did the ship crash on the island?
The vacation vessel, did it crash on the island? Yes.
And I think, did we establish maybe the dead man died on the boat?
Well, he died because of the shipwreck. So yes. I don't know if he died on the boat. He could have died in the water. He could have died all kinds of places.
Irrelevant.
I don't know.
It's all irrelevant. Okay.
He accidentally died.
He never made it to the island.
Mm-hmm.
He did not live onto the island. That's correct. Okay. If that's what you meant.
Did the albatross drop him on the
island? African or European? No.
Did they?
No.
Richard. Now,
do you think you got it?
Shot. Well, it's a long shot.
Do you think you got it?
I have an answer. I don't know.
Okay, Pixie, do you want him to give the answer, or do you want him to withhold?
He can go for it. I don't care.
Okay, let's hear it.
It's way out there, man. It's not going to be the answer, I'm telling you. But we nearly went there with the bird. They ate the person. Did they eat the person?
Yes.
Okay, I might hold off then.
Wait.
Holy
I have
moly.
to wait a second. Wait, I just made an error. I have to admit my own answering too quickly. Would you repeat your question? Because I think I misanswered it.
Did they eat the man that died on holiday?
No.
Okay.
But I've warned you several times not to assume and ask one question at a time. And that was lending toward a multiple question where there was an assumption in it, and you should rephrase the question. This is me being very generous.
Yeah.
Was the third person a man?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm going to say your question again, Sammy. Did they eat the dead man? I have to answer no, because of certain parameters of the question.
Yeah, okay.
Did they eat pieces of him while he was alive?
Did one of them eat the dead man?
One of them ate the...
Yeah.
See, I just went more brutal.
Now I will hold off my answer.
Because you're sure you've got it.
It's still out there. I'm going to put it in the chat because it can't be. It can't be that
private
crazy.
Chat? Put it in private chat.
But that
no, sorry, scrap that. It can't be the answer because it has nothing to do with the pact that they made.
Okay, you want to, since it has nothing to do with the pact, go ahead and review with Pixie and bring, because you guys are working as a team.
So this isn't the answer. So I was going along the lines of when you eat someone, prion disease, possibly messing with his head, because we thought that about, did the meat cause him to do it?
But we're also making the assumption that the guy that killed himself is the one that ate him, right?
We haven't specified that yet. Was the man that shot himself the one that ate the dead man?
Yes.
Okay. But he didn't feel guilty about it, so...
No.
But
No. You never asked if he felt guilty about that. You asked if he felt guilty about the man's death.
Did he feel guilty about eating the man?
Yes.
So the pact was to, stick it out with them till they made it back to safety?
Is that all of the pact, or are you asking me if that's part of the pact?
Say part, Pixie.
Well, it's a part, yeah.
Yes, that's part of the pact.
So, say it again for me, Pixie.
Part of the pact is that he would stick it out with him on the desert island, and he wouldn't hurt him, he wouldn't do anything until they got back to safety. No rash.
As in the body. because he was dead already.
No, because if he felt guilty about doing it, right? Like the whole survivor's guilt, and I ate this person. The other guy did not eat the person, right? But he doesn't want to be alone, right? So they can make this pact,
the
like,
last
just
two
stick it out
made a
until
pact.
we get back, until we get back to safety, and then we'll reevaluate or whatever.
Yeah.
Because he didn't know when they went into the restaurant, but he knew when he got the nod, right?
Okay, now my last question is, which one nodded? And I'll know if you guys have it straight or not.
I thought both nodded. I thought you
Both,
said they
both
nodded at each other.
Okay, both nodded. Why? Why did they nod?
They knew what was about to happen.
So the one who ate human, why did he nod?
I'm gonna go and kill myself now.
There you go. Okay, I think you guys have got it so sorted. There's nothing left to investigate. Okay, so 3 business partners go on an excursion and end up shipwrecked. There was an albatross following them, and the albatross hung around the island. They caught and killed the albatross, but then they realized that it wouldn't be necessarily enough food that they could survive until rescued. Although people would miss them because they were known, and it was known where they were going and what they were doing. So they knew they'd be rescued, but they didn't know when. So they decide to butcher the albatross, to kill and butcher the albatross, and also butcher their friend. One of them ate from only one. One of them ate from only the other. Neither one knew which. But they had business things and family to arrange for once they got home. So they took care of all that. It makes sense to you, okay?
So what he found when they both ate the albatross, the guy that nodded realized he's the one who ate his friend because it didn't taste the same.
Was it a familiar taste? Because who eats albatross?
So why would they go home and eat albatross to find out?
Because it would taste different than human.
Yeah, but why did they want to know?
He wanted to know if he was the one that ate his friend
because
or if he ate albatross. Yeah, the guilt.
So they were both feeling guilty. They both wanted to know if it was them.
But holding out, finding out until they got their lives arranged for whichever one's going to kill themselves.
Man,
it's kind of anticlimactic, but man, it's a bunch of work, and good job, guys.
Huge one.
Yep. So I was still trying to figure out what did he hold on to, because Richard said I worded it wrong, and I said I'll get back to it later. When I said, did he find something in the meat?
Right. He found information in the meat. You could say that.
He found out it didn't taste like what he survived on.
Right.
See if this might be a quick one, hopefully. See if you know this one, Richard.
Is albatross red meat? Wouldn't it be white meat versus red meat, and then it'd be obvious?
What color is human flesh when it's cooked, lady? We are the other white meat, you know.
That's what I'm saying. The albatross. Yeah. Well, okay.
That's why cannibals call us long pigs. So there's a gentleman who is. He's a little person. Right? There's a man. He's a little person. Awfully pink.
No, ham is awfully pink.
Yeah.
But I'm saying, you figure there'd be a noticeable difference between like what would resemble pork and what would resemble fowl. I'm just saying they weren't very bright.
Okay, fair enough. Okay. This man is a dwarf or midget or something. Is that what you said, Sammy?
Yeah.
Okay.
And he's very rich, and he lives on the penthouse of this 100-floor.
I know this one.
And for around half the year, maybe a bit less than half the year, he can manage to get himself home to the top floor. But the rest of the year, he has to wait for someone else to come along to press the 100th floor button for him. Why is that? Why is it different?
I think you said it wrong.
Did I?
I think so.
How would you say it? See, I haven't.
I can't say it now because that would ruin it for everybody. I'm gonna write it. I'm gonna write it in the private chat.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Well, I could specify months, possibly. I think from memory.
Is this another one of those ice things?
No, there's no ice.
Read that, Sammy.
They see that. Yeah, that's like the uber duper easy version.
Oh, you're being tough now. Okay, fine.
Okay, we'll make it easy. No, it's like too easy. Someone like Pixie would get it instantly.
Probably. Yeah, go with the hard version.
The way I knew, what's the months of winter in America?
Use Australia.
You mean what people say is winter or actually
tall
winter?
buildings in Australia.
Your rainy time and your hot time.
Okay, our snowy times. Well, it depends on what part of the U.S. you're in. People will quote you as early as October or November, but the truth is winter starts on the solstice, so it's actually like mid to December.
Well, that's when he can manage to reach the button.
Another ice thing. Damn it.
No, but it's not ice this time.
Just say bad season, good season.
Yeah. Do you want the really easy version?
No.
Okay.
Like Pixie was going to answer yes to that.
Okay. So he's in a building. Is it like an apartment building?
Yeah. It's where he lives.
And the elevator is where he's having a problem.
Yes.
And the reason I say this is another ice thing is because this is all indoors, and I don't see how any of it has anything to do with the fucking weather outside. But
that's the brain teaser.
Does he pile up leaves?
But again, see, it's always the part that doesn't fit is the key.
I don't know. I guess he could be like piling up leaves and shit.
Well, see, now you're thinking about how the weather could be a reason. What else happens in... This is why it's going to be tricky, and I know you'll say, but in America in winter, this happens, not this. So I think I need to give you the other version. He can reach on wet days, but not on dry days.
But that's what doesn't make sense. How are you flooding the inside of the building? Okay,
Okay, so maybe it wasn't too easy. That's good. Snow melts cause rising water.
No, if you haven't realized this about me yet, Sammy, I didn't say no to easy because I thought it would be too easy. I said no to easy because my mind overcome.
She booted herself. She'll be back in 5 seconds.
Hillary's is back, though.
Hey, Hillary's. Did you hear the puzzle?
No, I just sat back down.
Okay. You'll probably get it easy enough. There's a little man. He's about 3 feet tall, and he lives on the 100th floor of a building. And...
On the hump of what?
On the...
100th floor.
100th
floor. And unfortunately, he can only manage to reach his button on wet days. On dry days, he needs to wait for someone to come along and help him.
On wet days.
Is he single? Irrelevant. I'm going to say yes, because he always has to wait for someone to come along to help him, but He wears boots on rainy days. Great question, but also irrelevant.
I'm guessing, without any questions, that he uses his umbrella.
Hillary with the sexy brain. Wet Daisy has an umbrella.
That's even dumber, because why would you not?
Of course it is. Carry it every day, I know.
I told you this is simpler is worse for me.
Yeah.
Okay, I've got one with shock value. You ready?
Yeah, go for it.
Man walks into the bar, asks for a glass of water. The bartender pulls a gun on him. The man says, "Thank you," and leaves.
I'm going to have to hear it again.
A man walks into a bar. He asks the bartender for a glass of water. The bartender pulls a gun on him. The man says, "Thank you," and leaves.
A glass of water that resulted in him drawing a gun.
Yes.
See, now I was distracted with the chat.
Have you heard that one before, Sammy?
No.
Anybody?
I didn't hear it.
Okay, when you say draw, do you mean like a pencil on paper?
No.
Do you mean
I'm
draw
going to
like...
repeat it for Sammy because his brain was busy. A man walks into a bar, asks for a glass of water. The bartender pulls a gun on him. The man says, "Thank you," and leaves.
Pulls a gun. Pulls
a gun on him. Draws a gun. Brandishes a firearm.
Okay.
Does the bartender say anything to the man?
No.
And the man only asked for a glass of water.
The answer to Beck's question is no. Yes, he only asked for a glass of water.
I want to say it's something about him pissing his pants, but that's probably not it.
I don't understand why you said that.
It's
Well,
called
you mean he
making water.
pissed his
Yeah, if you piss your pants, you make water.
Okay.
Blake wants to know if the man has tattoos.
Does the man have two tattoos? Irrelevant.
And the man entered the bar, correct?
Yes.
Has the man been to the bar before?
No.
Good one, Pixie.
That's a really good one. That eliminates like possible prior infractions, personality problems, double dealings, backstabbings. That took care of a lot. Good job.
So what aspect do we want to focus on? The customer, the bartender, or the glass of water?
The customer.
Okay.
Actually, I think the glass of water is the key.
Any part of it can be key.
Yeah. But
you only have to thoroughly
sometimes there's more key than key.
Yeah, some are shorter paths. Yeah.
Some are shorter paths.
Why would water elicit?
Is water scarce there?
No. That was the same as Beck's question. No.
Okay. I was going to say, are they in water restrictions? But that wouldn't explain why you'd pull a gun on someone.
Is the type of gun relevant? In that it's an internal combustion, high-speed propelling, projectile firing, handheld firearm. That kind of gun. So that's relevant.
Was the guy of age to be in the bar?
Yes.
Did the bartender and customer know each other prior to that interaction?
No.
That's
very thorough. Yeah, it's very thorough. No.
Was the man that walked into the bar wearing clothing?
Yes.
Was it a prison jumpsuit?
No.
Was what the man was wearing the reason for the man pulling the gun?
No.
Did the bartender draw the gun because of the question the man asked?
No.
Was
the
someone
guy that
following- was someone following the man into the bar?
Hillary's no, and Blake no.
Okay, so he's not going in there for safety, and then the gun drove somebody else off, which is the direction I was going.
Mm-hmm. Beck no.
No, a woman named Water. That's clever. Does this establishment normally serve glasses of water?
Yes.
So it's not the water.
Peter W. Was the bartender afraid of the man? No. Blake, was the gun aimed at the man that asked for water? Yes.
Is the bartender deaf?
No.
So, hang on, let's think about this. How many reasons do you pull a gun on someone that you're not in fear of?
Permission to block this person.
Yes, permission granted.
If you change your name, you'll be welcome to come back in.
I just figured it was another Jill sock.
Well, yeah, I don't even know if Jill would even do that.
Well, all things are permissible, but not everything is
expedient.
Yeah.
Is that really what they? Is that what they think?
I've heard that a bunch of times. I don't know. But Halsey wants to know if the female equivalent. What is the female equivalent of the bro gift?
I missed what? I missed something. Who is what? Who really thinks?
There's someone named is eating excrement illegal, and then in parentheses, no.
Oh.
Which it's not.
What is the female equivalent of a bro hug? A cis hug, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. Back to the question. I'm not really sure. I'm flummoxed because I don't know why asking for a glass of water would result on a firearm pointed at him.
Which is why I asked if he was deaf.
Well, but we've established that it's not to do with the water, so
yeah,
that's kind of a red herring.
Okay, so clue for anyone participating. This is me being, again, very generous. What was the man going to do with the water? Go.
Well, I was thinking put out a fire.
No.
Throw it on someone? I don't know.
No.
Well, if you throw water on some things, it can cause an explosion or make a fire worse. But I don't have any idea what he would use the water for.
I wasn't assuming he wanted the water. He could have wanted the glass. But then Richard said, what did you throw the water on? Or what did you want to use the water for?
Yeah, so put in a car, well, that wouldn't result in a firearm, him saying thank you. He wouldn't be drinking it, presumably. I don't know what the water would be used for that would result in a firearm and then him thanking the man.
He thanked
That's why it's a good puzzle. Well, that's why it's a good puzzle. Actually, this makes perfect sense when it's resolved, and the answer usually comes to people quite suddenly.
Yeah.
Does the amount of water have any relevance?
Yes, it's a glass amount that you would find in like a drinking glass.
Yeah, but relevance to having a gun.
So let's say 8 ounces. So 8 ounces is important for some reason. 2 ounces wouldn't be enough, and more than 8 would be unnecessary.
That is true.
Okay. Yeah, I agree, Beck. That's what I'm...
Sounds like he asked the question and didn't really want the glass of water.
Did someone force him to ask for water? No. If by that you mean did someone else?
We got to brainstorm. What else could the water be used for that would somehow cause the guy to draw a firearm?
I mean, a glass is not enough to do anything with. You couldn't drown someone with it.
Yeah, initiating a chemical reaction is the only thing that I can think of.
Which is what lovely name in the chat has said. Add neutrons to make heavy water for his homemade nuclear bomb project.
Yeah,
that's witty. It's inventive.
Or cleaning
was he
something.
going? Did the man that asked for the water actually want water?
Yes. Blake, was he keeping the water in the glass? Well, that doesn't establish time.
Yeah.
And it doesn't establish possibility because he never got the glass of water. He just left. So he never did get the glass of water to keep the water in the glass. So I don't know how to answer your question.
Beck says you can drown in a glass of water.
In the amount of water
can.
that's in
Yeah.
It's just hard to fit your head down in there.
You wouldn't have to. You create a suction around your nose and your mouth and you lay down.
You're amazing.
Damn, Pixie.
Yes. Yeah. Wow, you'd have to really do it on purpose and want to, though. It'd be hard to do with someone else. Yeah.
So, no, it wouldn't be frozen water because that would assume the bartender... Did the bartender know what the man wanted the water for?
Yes. Great question.
Yeah, it must be something that would cause him to draw the firearm, and the other man, instead of saying never mind or just leaving, he thanked him. And that part's blowing my mind.
I know.
So, yeah.
Isn't it that's a lovely puzzle. Did he want ice in the water? No, he did not want ice.
Did the man really want the glass of water?
Yes.
Was he trying to help somebody? Was he trying to help somebody he shouldn't help? Was he trying to clean something? I don't understand.
Was he going to use the water for an immoral purpose?
For what?
An immoral purpose?
No.
So it's nothing.
Did the man want to drink the water?
Yes.
Himself?
Yes.
Did he have...
so that eliminates it a lot.
Spicy, like, ghost peppers or something? Is that why he wanted the water?
Was something else going on in the bar?
No. Hillary, say it again.
He had hiccups. He scared him out of hiccuping.
Oh, well done, Hillary.
Lovely.
This
Hillary's like, I don't get it. I don't get it. None of this makes any sense. I don't get it. Oh, hiccups.
There's this kid in my class who could stop me from hiccuping when nothing else would work. When nothing else would work. And I don't know how. Well, so I would just be hiccuping. I would go get a drink of water. I'd come sit down. I'd hold my breath. I'd all that stuff, and I'd just be hiccuping away. And then this kid that I made friends with in my class, he's a couple years ahead of me. Anyway, he would just get this weird smile on his face, and I get really embarrassed, Easy, when you put me center attention for no reason. I just get really embarrassed. And he would be like, Miss So-and-so, she has the hiccups. Can she go get a drink of water? And everybody would stare at me, and
the embarrassment would stop it.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you why the embarrassment would stop it. You do anything to interrupt the brain so that the diaphragm relaxes and the hiccups will stop. Anything. That's why there's 1,000 different cures for hiccups.
I don't know. I just know he would embarrass the hell out of me, and it stopped my hiccups every time.
Look, if you can wiggle your ears or relax a muscle that's in convulsion, like twitching muscle, if you can relax perhaps a skin twitch muscle, you can stop your own hiccups.
Do you want a quickie?
Ooh, sure.
Everybody always, unless I don't know. Right? I'm celibate personally, so I'm going to decline. But
sometimes those are just fun on my side.
You ready, Pix? You might get this one. A man has to push his car to a hotel and tells the owner he's bankrupt. Why?
Your volume's a little bit low for me. He pushed his own car to a hotel and told the hotel owner that he's bankrupt?
Correct.
Wait, I misunderstand something for lack of it. Is the man claiming that the hotel owner is bankrupt, or he's claiming that he himself is bankrupt?
He himself is bankrupt.
Okay, thank you.
And this one's a bit of an outside the box one, as in, like Romeo and Juliet were fish, not people.
He was looking for free parking.
I know. Yeah.
Hillary's got it. What'd you say, Richard? He was.
I was still working on it, but I got to. He's looking for free parking.
He's playing the game of Monopoly.
Yes. He's playing Monopoly.
And I heard free parking, and so that's naturally what I was thinking.
Meant. Pushed his car to a hotel and has to tell the owner he's bankrupt. You are in a room that has 3 switches and a closed door. The switches control 3 light bulbs on the other side of the door. You're looking
these up online.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Once you open the door, you may never touch the switches again. How can you definitively tell which switch is connected to each of the light bulbs?
Okay, there's 3 switches and 3 bulbs. Yeah?
Yep, I'll read it again. I'll copy and paste the question.
I've not heard this one.
The chat. Here we go. I
heard this many years ago.
You are in a room that has 3 switches and a closed door. The switches control 3 light bulbs on the other side of the door. Once you open the door, you may never touch the switches again. How can you definitively tell which switch is connected to each of the light bulbs?
Turn on 2 switches, open the door, and you have the answer right there.
Exactly.
Answer. Turn on the first 2 switches. Leave them on for 5 minutes. Once 5 minutes has passed, turn off the second switch.
Yeah.
Leaving one switch on.
So one's lit, one's hot, and one's cool.
Yeah, whichever of the 2 is warm to the touch is connected to the second switch. The bulb that is cold is the switch that was never turned on.
Goldilocks and the 3 light bulbs.
Yeah.
Yeah. I left my campsite and hiked south for 3 miles. Then I turned east and hiked for 3 miles. I then turned north and hiked for 3 miles, at which time I came upon a bear inside my tent eating my food. What color was the bear?
White.
White.
Why is that?
Because he had to be on the North Pole.
Yep.
You have heard that one before.
Nope.
No?
I know that.
Why did he have to be on? Then why did he have to be on the North Pole?
Because he never went west.
Because because he went straight north to his tent, and the only way that's possible is if he had been somehow on a triangle instead of a square, because he turned 90 degrees each time.
That's what I was thinking, because he went south, east, north. He never went west. So the fact that he made it back to his tent.
Yeah, the only way you could go directly south and then directly north, having only traveled in one direction, east or west, is if you're at the North Pole to return back to the same location. He made a triangle, not a square.
Yeah, I would need to draw that to figure that out. A man is looking, I think I know this one. A man is looking at a photograph of someone. His friend asks who it is. The man, oh yeah, everyone knows this one. Brothers and sisters, I have none, but that man's father is my father's son. Who is he looking at? You don't know this one.
Self-portrait.
Incorrect.
Say it all again.
Brothers and sisters, I have none, but that man's father is my father's son.
Wow, that's frying me.
Yeah, I'm going to have to draw it real quick. This man's father is my father's son.
Do you know what?
I think it's got to be a self-portrait because you can take one step up and one step down.
Do you know what? You're right, Hillary. This answer is wrong.
What's the answer they gave?
His son. But it can't be. It has to be himself.
It is. It's got to be himself.
Yeah. Wow. Reader's Digest, you fucked up.
Did they?
Well, they've said son. But I always knew that's an old riddle, that one. And it normally is just a man is standing, but it's usually that he's in front of a mirror.
Mm-hmm.
And it's brothers and sisters, I have none, so he's an only child. But that man's father is my father's son. So if he has no brothers and sisters, it has to be him. But they've fucked up and wrote his son. What is special about these words?
Well, if they said he is the son, that makes sense if that's what they meant. Or they could have just said himself. That would have been simpler. I think they were trying to put too much explanatory power in the answer.
Yeah.
I see two ways to look at that. I'm just saying.
Type out which words that we're supposed to guess the commonality to.
Okay.
I'm much more visual. If I have to listen to a word problem, it gets tough. I have to draw it down.
Is that going inside chat? Oh.
Nope, I'll put it up on the screen. Job, polish, herb.
And we're supposed to do what with these three words?
What is the commonality? What is special about these three words? Herb's misleading though. These puzzles are weird.
I'll put it in the comment what I think it might be.
Okay.
I don't know. I'm sitting here doing like mathematical equations using the values and count of letters.
It's completely language centered. I don't know. The last thing I see from you, Hillary, is Monopoly, and that's not the answer.
So it's not just adding a suffix to them?
Wait, this is purely a language thing?
You haven't written anything. Unless you wrote it in the normal chat.
If you add less, so like jobless, polishless.
Oh, no.
Because I'm pretty sure you either got to add a prefix or a suffix to make them all.
So this is purely a language thing, like a grammar thing.
Yeah. And the trouble again is that herb doesn't really fit the answer. So it's weird.
Oh my gosh, I think my literature teacher told me this one. Okay, I think I know it thanks to my literature teacher. So
Herb the shoe polisher. That's his job. That's not really my guess. I'm just throwing something.
Dude,
Sammy, I'm gonna put it in Google. Will you tell me if I get it right?
Oh, okay, yeah.
In Google, yeah.
But Hillary's, you're closer than you think. When I get back.
It's just the addition of a suffix, right?
No.
No.
So I'm going to give it to you because I don't think you'll get it because of stupid Herb. But the answer is they are all pronounced differently when the first letter is capitalized. So Job becomes Job, Polish becomes Polish, and Herb becomes Herb.
Yeah, in America,
it's still true. That's actually we say herb and herb.
Yeah.
Oh, you don't pronounce the
silent.
Okay, so it does make sense. Yeah.
Talking about spices or medicines, we do not pronounce the H.
But I don't pronounce it when it's lowercase either.
Oh, well, that's what we just said. When it's lowercase, we don't pronounce the H.
Yeah.
I don't pronounce it when it's lowercase or uppercase.
When you
say call a dude called Herbert, you call him Herbert?
Herbert?
Well, that's Herbert. That's not.
Okay, so let's shorten.
Herb is short for Herbert.
Yeah, do you call him Herb when his name is Herb?
No, but the thing is,
I hope not.
I don't know. I just think it's weird because I don't think capitalizing it automatically changes its pronunciation. I think
only in America.
Does.
Yeah,
it doesn't. It's not capitalization. It's context. Because if I spell capital H-E-R-B,
that's the point.
Pixie, you always think way too far into it.
Yeah,
I know. That's why I can't do this. I think too much.
That's why you need to. It might help you to get levels down instead of getting.
Does anyone know the one where your brain will mispronounce a word based on repetitions of a similar word?
I don't know the
There's
name
a few
for
puzzles
it,
like that.
But a similar thing is when you get stuck on in a rhyme.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So which is the one that gets you to say
like you get somebody to say 9 a bunch of times, then you ask them another question and they'll say 9 when that wasn't the correct answer.
Yeah. Or when you get someone to answer quickly and they'll say things like, what does a cow drink? Milk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I always enjoy that. So I guess that wasn't such a crazy brain teaser. Okay. Forrest left home running. He ran a ways and then turned left. Ran the same distance and turned left again. Ran the same distance and turned left again. When he got home, there were 2 masked men. Who were they?
So he turned left 3 times?
Yep.
And ran the same distance each time.
Yep.
And when he got back to his point of origin, there were 2 masked men.
Yeah.
Back home,
Mm-hmm.
there were 2 masked men.
I know his profession.
You know his profession.
Mm-hmm. And the location. No.
Hospital.
No.
No.
But you don't know who the masked men are?
I do. I know their position.
He was trying not to give it away.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I can't believe you got something out of that. Is that like a culture reference or something?
Possibly.
I mean,
but not that culture that you wouldn't get it, Richard.
Yeah, really? Nearly anyone on the planet would get it if they saw it in real life.
Okay.
Because you got to think, we're not at the North Pole this time, but we've only done 3
I realize
turns
that.
and wound up.
Got it. Jeez.
You got it. Pixie, have you got it yet? Oops, he's gone.
I can prove it. I can prove that I got it. Both the masked men are also likely wearing crotch protectors.
Yes.
Okay.
I jokingly put it in the comments. Although I misspelled thief. I said diamond thief, a.k.a. baseball player.
Baseball player.
The baseball diamond.
Yeah, you got that quite quickly.
Yeah, you did.
A man stands on one side of a river. His dog is on the other. The man calls his dog, who immediately crosses the river without getting wet, without using a bridge or a boat. How did he do it?
How did the dog cross the river without getting wet, without using a bridge or a boat?
Yes.
I could think of 1,000 ways. How about a zip line? How about a balloon? How about a
dog?
No.
The dog's not going to use a zip line.
Yeah.
I don't know. Was it already hooked up when the guy crossed the river?
No.
It could be, but I could see him doing the balloon because, like, he could untie the thing and then have it float across. But a zip line, and that'd really hurt his teeth.
I could set it up where the dog could almost involuntarily use a zip line.
Okay.
But that was all just joking. That's not the answer, obviously.
So the man is on one side of the river. The dog is on the opposite side of the river. He calls the dog, and the dog comes across the river to him without using a boat or a bridge.
Yeah, and without getting wet.
Dog is the name of his bird.
No, that's a good answer, though.
Nerdy. Good one.
I'll give you all a clue. This is almost a throwback to another one tonight.
Aw, that's no kind of a clue. We've done like 30 things.
Okay, I'm back. Where are we on now?
Well, we're trying to figure out how a dog crosses a river without a bridge.
If you throw one more ice problem at me, I swear to God, I'm going to fucking lose it. Is the river frozen?
Yes, Pixie, you got it.
What did she say?
If you throw one more ice one.
I said if you throw one more ice problem at me, I'm going to lose it. Yep. Is the river frozen?
And it was. You actually got it, and the boys hadn't figured it out yet.
You know what threw me about it, Sammy? You said immediately cross the river, like no time elapsed. And that totally made me go,
okay, do you mean like transported?
Yeah, and I was trying to make that fit something in reality.
Sorry, no. I'm just reading them. They're not written greatly. Here's one. I reckon. See who gets this one first. In 1990, a person is 15 years old. In 1995, that person is 10 years old. How can that be? Hang on, I don't think I said that right at all. In 1990, a person is 15 years old. So in 1990. In 1995, that same person is 10 years old. How can that be?
Nobody look at the comments.
I knew you'd get it pretty quick.
Jeez, Hillary's. It must be something in the words because I can't be thinking of it correctly because it's impossible, of course.
Is it?
That things regress in age? Yes, it's impossible for things to chronologically regress in age.
Well,
you're ladling in assumptions. He's not a child. He's not a typical time traveler, and it's not Benjamin Button or leap year like they're guessing.
Right.
Yeah. But has time always? Have we always measured time?
Oh, I got it now. Don't do that. No, that
You
made it
got
too
it.
easy. Yeah, totally.
Pixie, you still there?
That's just a trick of calendars and how we think of them.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Yeah.
It's counting on you having a presupposition.
Do you want the answer?
To what?
Oh, so you didn't hear the puzzle.
Do you want the puzzle?
We made it past the dog one? What
Yeah.
are we on?
Yes, you answered it,
I'm
remember?
sorry. People have been messaging me and I've been answering.
Oh, that's okay. I'll give it to you quickly. In 1990, a person is 15 years old. In 1995, the same person is 10 years old. How can that be?
And it literally follows. It's not a play on words.
I'm drawing. Sorry. Hold on. I'm weird. I know.
What's weird about having to like write it out or draw it out? Hillary's just said right before you came back has to do the same thing.
Yeah.
I'm the same.
I'm actually very auditorial. But this seems kind of mathematic to me, so I think it needs a number scale.
All it's doing is exposing.
So if I have a number scale, I must have a pivot point. So what makes sense for a backward pivot point in historical reference?
Keep going.
AD, BC.
There you go.
So he would have to be born BC in order for that to make sense.
Amen. Nice. Very nice. Oh, screw it. I'm not going to work today.
Oh, that's a cool one. A sundial has the fewest moving parts of any timepiece. Obviously, it has none.
Uh-huh.
Which
That's not
has
true.
the most?
It doesn't have no moving parts. That's not true.
If you call the sun, is that the moving part?
No, the Earth is the moving part of a
The
sundial.
Earth? Of course.
Okay, but in Cartesian, it would be the zero, so it's not moving relative to
Fine.
itself.
Yeah, Richard.
On that note, guys, I'm going to be back in a little bit because someone asked for some of my time. I will be back.
No worries.
Spoil them rotten.
The most moving parts. Well, probably, depending on how you count a part, it could be a water clock or a mechanical clock.
I'm going to go with galaxy or solar system. Or even the entire universe, because we reckon time by calculations by constellations. Sammy's muted.
You're mute, Sammy. You're mute.
Sammy, we cannot hear you.
He's deaf too.
We can't hear you, and you can't hear us. Someone write in the side chat that Sammy is mute and deaf.
I can see you. I knew I was muted. I could hear you. I was talking to someone else.
Oh, okay, cool. All right. So what is it?
You could have held one finger up like just a second.
Yeah, I know, but I couldn't think and talk at the same time. So you want the answer?
So I'm
Sure.
going to say that our calendar is the entire universe because of constellations. That's the biggest, most complex timepiece ever.
Okay. Well, that's not the answer of the puzzle, but I mean,
Yes,
that is
it is.
kind of an answer. The answer is an hourglass because it has thousands of grains of sand.
So when I said water clock, that was basically the same.
Yeah.
Same idea, yeah.
I still think my answer's better, though.
Well, for calendar, yours was definitely the best, but for minutes and seconds.
Yeah, well, read it again because maybe that I didn't have the best answer according to the very question.
So a sundial has the fewest moving parts of any timepiece.
See, I win.
The most?
Any timepiece, I win.
Okay, this one's a visual one, so I'm going to copy it. I'm going to put it into the chat.
You're stuck in a room with no doors and no windows. All you have is a mirror, a handsaw, and a block of wood. The block of wood, the handsaw, nor the mirror would penetrate any wall. How do you get out? This is a huge play on words. It's very abstract.
Yeah, no doors and no windows. So, how tall are the walls?
They meet the ceiling at 8 feet, and the ceiling and floor are also impenetrable.
So we're inside a cubicle enclosure with no
Okay,
opening.
yes. Yeah, made of, say, titanium.
Okay. How do we get out?
And actually, I gave you one too many tools. You have a mirror and a block of wood.
Well,
I mean, it's super abstract.
How do we get out of the room?
Yeah.
You'll just have to give it to us, because without any light source that you could use to focus,
there is a light. There is general lighting in the room,
but it's diffuse, right?
It's diffuse lighting, yes.
So I can't burn anything into the wood. You just have to give it to us.
Yeah, this is the craziest one I ever heard, and I actually don't like it, but some people's brains do. You look in the mirror, and then you look away. When you look away, what you did see, now you saw. You take that saw, and you cut the block of wood in half. Put the block of wood back together, and that creates a hole.
Yeah.
What's special about this? 858,549,176,320.
Well, it's every number, but none of them are repeated.
Every number once, and in what pattern?
Yeah, and the pattern I'm trying to come up with.
854. That could be 84 preceding add 1. Nope. 8 minus 5, 3 plus 1, 4. 9 minus 1, 8 minus 1, 7. 6 minus 3, 3 minus 1, 2. What do you think?
I don't know, if you got it, then that's great.
I mean, it's a plausible answer. I don't know that it is the answer.
If this was on a test, I would just mark any answer at random and move on. Yeah, I wouldn't take the time to figure it out.
What are those sequences called? Like, if you had 313, the next number in the sequence would be 1, 3, because it's literally 1, 3. And then the next number would be 1. Next two numbers would be 1, 1, because you're describing the 1, 1 that is there. And then 1, 3, because there's one more 3 from 313. So it'd be 1, 1, 1. I'm sorry, 1, 3, 1, 1, 1, 3. What's that called, that pattern?
I don't know the name of it. And I've also looked at it, and if it was 853, then I would say the first number is the product of adding the two following ones, but I'm not seeing any mathematical operation that fits into this. It's an even number, and I'm not good enough to say if it's a cube of anything or some. I just don't know.
It could just be that it contains every numeral, and I'll bet you it's that simple.
Yeah, it contains every numeral in a non-sequential, order.
Yeah, I bet that's it though. But I did get first number cut in half, add 1, next set subtract 1, next set subtract 1. But that's nothing. That doesn't mean anything.
Okay, yeah, you could put different mathematical operations between each of the digits.
Yeah.
I'm just going to say that the answer is it 24 that's the answer to every question, or is it 42?
42.
Yeah, I'm going to go with 42 is the answer, because that's the answer to everything.
Today, Khalid Muhammad, we are reviewing interesting mind puzzles, and we've been doing that for what, maybe 2 hours now. And before that, we were studying classical logic and fallacies. The picture there in the background is supposed to be Baphomet, because it often provokes people who are extremely religious. It's designed to provoke them so that they act irrationally on a very, very rational channel. So irony, if you will. And no one knows if Baphomet is the devil or not.
Yeah.
The devil could be a very different thing.
I'm hearing music very lightly. Can you also hear it?
It's a new function of StreamYard that Sammy has been toying with.
Oh, okay.
If I listen to it, it becomes annoying. If I ignore it, it's ignorable.
Yeah, it's so quiet that it's pleasant, because I most of the time don't even hear it unless everybody's silent.
Right. Yeah, my brain lets go of it pretty easy. That's good background, not too interesting music. I like it. I like it for those reasons, but I don't like it.
Khalid, Iowa, inshallah. God willing, we will be on the right path.
Oh, yeah? Well, God powerful, you will end up on the right path.
There you go.
How do you like them apples?
Tastes pretty good.
I like those apples. That is, if the God knows what it's doing, it'll have successes. If the point of the God is to create a being able to ascend, that being will be able to ascend. And if not, then it's the fault of the God. After all, would you design a kindergarten course for your average, just turned 5-year-old? and the entirety of the course is advanced mathematics they've never heard of and have no memory hooks for, why bother? You just created a class that 100% of students will fail, which means you're a bad teacher. That's what that would mean. Or ultimately, the God is responsible, not me. You know any verbal logic puzzles, Hillary's?
I can't recall of any. No.
Oh, okay.
It depends on what you mean by Christian. I think that we both appreciate Christ's message, but one could also say that we're a slave to Allah.
I definitely see in the Christian stolen text of the Bible, including the New Testament, which is not stolen, but invented, the story that Christ does his important work during the end of the earth, what they consider his return, which I think the text demands is his arrival. This would explain why in Quran it honors Christ, holds him in high position as a prophet, but also claims he has not done his job. But it appears to Christians that the crucifixion has been done with. That is to say, the crucifixion will happen. He will raise from the dead, just hasn't happened yet. So actually, I find the New Testament, Old Testament, and Quran in agreement with each other. And I am a follower of Christ.
Beck, I don't know who you're asking that to, so I don't know which of us should answer.
What the Beck?
Yeah.
I don't know. That would be. Is it for the panel? Should everyone answer? Fake God, or do you have a real one this time? Or is it for Khalid? I intuitively think it's for Khalid because Beck knows my position so well.
Yeah.
The more you take, the more you leave behind. What am I? Boop.
Time?
Time works, yeah. What is a gift you would give to someone you love? When they receive it, they won't know it. When they're using it, they won't know they're using it. But they will constantly use it. People almost never buy one of these for themselves.
A name?
Interesting. No, you know you're using your name.
A gift. Because at first I was going to go with forgiveness, but then you took it a different direction.
Yeah, that's why there has to be all those qualifiers to narrow it down to one thing.
Something that you give someone that you love.
Sure.
Maybe compassion? Or understanding?
Compassion. Would they be using your understanding or compassion continuously? Or would there be breaks from that?
I would say that they would, but I could see the argument that they would only use it intermittently.
Okay. This is necessarily constantly. Oh, Nerdy said it's not. The answer is not time. The more you take, the more you leave behind. What am I? And he says it's not time. And it's not poop.
The more you... It could be breaths. The more breaths you take, the more you leave behind.
Oh, that's pretty good. Maybe that's it.
Footprints. Like steps. The more steps you take, the more steps you're leaving behind.
That's pretty good too. I think, I'm going to go with like footprints in a
Footprints in the sand.
In a soft surface. Yeah. Footprints in the sand. That sounds. I'll bet that's it.
The numbers were all in alphabetical order. That's what we got.
Oh. I didn't catch the alphabetical order. I was looking for a pattern, but I didn't try that one.
Yeah, we thought it was like mathematical operations inserted between the digits.
I found a mathematical operation that worked for all of it. Just wrong.
Yeah, there's another one. I'm not sure how to word it. I'd rather just give you the answer. Let's see if I can.
There was one, it was just worded funny, and I always thought it was worded funny, but it seemed to work anyway. It was something like, the wetter I get, the less I absorb.
A towel.
The drier I get, the more I absorb. Yeah. Because it's talking about two different time frames. VBGYOR.
Yeah. I don't remember how to phrase it, but this clearly alludes to something. I can give more and more hints, or you can ask questions either way, because I don't really remember how to phrase it.
Okay.
There's a pattern, a very clear pattern.
It strikes me that V and B are actually, in some ancient languages, one letter.
This is in English.
This is in English. Okay.
And I can think of lots of different clues that I could give. You might use this as a mnemonic for an exam in school.
Well, I already did green, blue, green, red, of course.
Yeah.
I already did that. YO and could be yellow, orange, violet. V could be violet. Violet, blue, green, yellow, orange, red. That's backward.
Well, I just went in whatever order. And so when I imagine it, I just imagine with the quickest frequency to the slowest.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could do it the other way. Roy G.
Biv.
Yeah.
Which would include indigo.
Right.
Because blue here assumes blue is all shades of blue possibly, or that's all one color, I think.
Yeah.
And some individualize indigo. For me, the red, yellow, blue are specific red, yellow, and blues. In fact, they're printer red, yellow, blue, which is why printers have to use them. They're the actual red, yellow, blue.
Yeah, primary colors.
Yeah, which are not what American children think of as red. The red is not right. They've got the sky blue and the what other color yellow could you call that? See, sky blue and like almost a light daisy yellow. We teach our kids correctly on those two colors, and then we teach them red wrong. I don't know why. Because when we say red, we teach children that red is fire engine red, and that is not red.
No.
That's red with about 1% yellow and about 3% black. And when we teach kids that's red, and it's not. Puzzles. As I walk through the garden gap, who should I see but Dick Redcap, with a stick in his hand and a stone in his throat? If you'll solve this riddle, I'll give you a groat.
You give me a what?
Grote. It means an old copper coin,
Okay.
about equivalent of the time of a penny, or as useful as a penny is now.
I went through the gap in the gate.
As I go through the garden gap, who should I see but Dick Redcap, with a stick in his hand and a stone in his throat?
Not sure what the stone in the throat means.
Yeah.
And you said big red cap?
Dick Redcap.
Dick Red Cap.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what that refers to. It's not
Well,
much.
so red cap, yeah. So mushroom isn't terrible there until you put the stick in his hand and the stone in his throat.
Stone.
Of course, it's not only abstract, it's also poetic. So it's like twice as abstract.
Is it a bird?
Not bad. What's the stone in his throat?
What they chew, what they use to chew up meal.
Sure. Okay, that's not bad. You're definitely like your brain's in the right neighborhood with putting a stone in a throat, but you're actually too literal.
I don't know. I won't be able to get any closer.
Okay, cherry.
Okay.
Yeah. Verbal puzzles. Have I told you 1 legs, 2 legs, 3 legs, 4 legs?
No.
I haven't told you that one?
No.
This one is strictly logical, and there could be multiple answers for any singular of them, but because of the actions that are identified, it identifies which each of these are.
Okay.
Actions and interactions. Okay. 2 legs sat on 3 legs with 1 leg in its lap. Along comes 4 legs, steals away the 1 leg. So 2 legs picks up 3 legs, throws 3 legs at 4 legs, and makes 4 legs bring the 1 leg back.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to graph this.
Yeah.
2 legs sits on 3 legs.
Sits on 3 legs, yeah, with 1 leg in its lap.
With one leg in 2 legs lap.
1 leg in 2 legs' lap, yeah.
Okay. And then
4 along comes 4 legs, steals away the 1 leg. Has to be steals away. Okay. Steals away the 1 leg. So 2 legs picks up 3 legs.
Okay. It sounds like a man with a walking cane sitting on a 3-legged stool.
Uh-huh. That's okay so far.
And then some 4-legged animal, probably a dog.
Yeah.
And then what?
Oh, so 4 legs steals away the 1 leg, but 2 legs picks up 3 legs. Throwing 3 legs at 4 legs makes 4 leg bring the 1 leg back.
Yeah, dog playing catch, or whatever that's called, fetch. Yeah, he stole the walking stick, ran off with it. The guy stood up, picked up the 3-legged stool, threw it at the dog. The dog knew it was in the wrong, so it came back with the stick.
That works perfect. That works perfect. Classically, it would have been a leg of lamb or a leg of ham or something like turkey leg in his lap.
I don't think that a dog would bring back food no matter how much you threw at
it. Maybe not. Maybe not. Dang, I drank all that coffee already. So seriously, you don't know any like mental puzzles like those?
I'm not good at memorizing. I'm not good at memorizing jokes or mental puzzles or stuff like that.
Interesting. Not good at memorizing jokes.
No.
That's funny. I like memorizing the most complicated jokes possible. Did I tell you the one about the city bus?
No.
So when I first, all of this is false. I don't want people to call me a liar. It's just a joke. Okay, so when I first got to Santa Fe, I didn't have a vehicle. So I was using public transportation out of necessity. And in Santa Fe, they put like local artists' artwork in, like they produce these really big stickers, and then they put them on the sides of the bus. So the bus that I was riding on, the artist had done like, not, there was still artistic interpretation, but you could tell that it was, Snuffleupagus and Big Bird and Ernie and Bert and Oscar, these characters on the side of the bus. I'm sorry, that was kind of distracting. Anyway, I get on the bus. The first stop that we come to, these 2 very, very overweight women, they got on the bus and they were giggling because they had some commonality. Turns out both of them, their first name was the same, which was Patricia, but they both went by Pat. They both went by Patty, actually.
I know the joke.
You do? Okay.
Yeah.
Should I finish for anyone who's still hanging in there? Should I finish it? I don't know. Yeah. Moving on then. I am taken from a mine and shut up in a wooden case, from which I am never released. And yet, I am used by almost every person. What am I? Taken from a mine, shut up in a wooden case. Okay, surrounded by wood, taken out of the ground. Taken out of the ground, surrounded by wood, used by almost everyone. I'm going to say a pencil.
Oh, graphite. That's right. And Nerdy got your joke also. Double patty on a Sesame Street bus.
Yes. You go through all the characters. 2 obese patties, Special Ross, Lester Weiss, picking bunions on a Sesame Street bus. It's just hard to put it all in order and keep it and say the words wrong on purpose when your brain wants you to say the other words.
Well,
so it's like the hardest joke I know of.
Well, that joke reminded me of a joke that a paraplegic told. And he said he was in San Francisco out on the pier, and they were all looking around. Well, apparently a kid fell into the water, and then a bunch of sharks came over and started, coming toward the kid. So the guy jumped in the lake, in the water, grabbed the kid, lifted him up, up onto the pier, and right as the people were taking the kid, the shark grabbed his leg and pulled on him. That's why he's in a wheelchair. He pulled his leg just like I'm pulling yours.
Yeah, apparently.
222 is clearly a troll and doesn't know any of us. He's making such crazy, odd claims.
Oh, let him feel free. He'll get sick of it after a while.
Yeah.
Troll it up, 222. Troll it up. Have a blast.
Yeah, Richard and I were both in the military. We fought for your right to troll.
Yeah, that's right. I support your trolling.
I know a bunch of really horrible dark jokes and ones that, I wouldn't even want to say on the internet.
Oh, okay. Wonder why those are memorable.
Because they're so
shocking.
Yeah, shocking.
Grotesque.
Offensive.
Unforgettable. That's what they are. Yeah, unforgettable. Not always good. Speaking of being in the military and unforgettable things, I have singed into my brain images that I'm not going to tell you what the images were.
Mm-hmm.
But this E5, I was a E3 to E4 at the time, thought it was funny to shock people. So he would purposefully download onto a laptop extremely shocking photos.
Mm-hmm.
And then he'd walk around with this laptop with him, right? And he would say, "Oh, hey, I need you to look at this inventory checklist." To somebody who would need to look at an inventory or to someone like this, like I was my rank. What do you think of this arrangement of shock absorbers for the Humvee? Just whatever to get you to look. Yeah. Really wish that guy hadn't thought that was funny.
Yeah. Yeah, I've seen some pretty extreme, gruesome photos and videos also.
For the same reason?
Not in the same way. It wasn't for funny. It was just to desensitize people to what they were going to be going into.
Oh, you mean as like as a briefing for work?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've yes, me too. By the way, you're going to see things like this.
Yep.
Your brain is just like, okay, I'm ready. Oh, geez, I wasn't ready for that. Scars that come with the territory. I'll tell you the most disturbing thing from all of my memory, and I don't have to be explicit or grotesque to do it. I cannot figure out, and this is really truly disturbing, I cannot figure out if my mind, if I actually saw these certain things, these certain events, and my mind wants me to believe that I'm making them up, or if my mind is making them up. How do you like that?
Mm-hmm.
I can't tell if it's like my brain is cartooning the memory to make it softer, or if the cartooning is, it's not literal cartooning, but like if it's softened so it's more withstandable and digestible. I don't know which one of those things it's doing.
Yeah.
because it was just so horribly disturbing, you know?
So what was the answer?
You ever?
Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead. No, go ahead.
What was the answer to the dead man lying near a large rock in the desert?
Oh, Superman.
And it was kryptonite, huh?
It answers everything. Yeah, just say Superman. That's it. The rest of it you can figure out. Yeah, once you know it's Superman, you can answer questions like, did he have a transport? Did he get there from some transportation means? Yes. Did he fly? Yes. Did he have a plane? No. How about a helicopter? No. How about a balloon? No. You can just you can answer all of it.
Yeah, instead of getting overly specific, I like to start like more general and say mechanical conveyance.
Mm-hmm. No, that's good. That's a good way to. It's like searching for perfect definitions to words you don't know.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like how do I make the perfect definition? Well, it includes everything that it is and nothing that it isn't. You know, so what's the largest grouping I can give those parameters to eliminate as much as possible, but still give myself some kind of definition of what's in the group, you know? And it's an exercise like that, which I've always really enjoyed them since I was, 20 kid. I would go back to investigating your religion, Hillary's, if that sounded okay. If you're not too tired or whatever.
We can, but William is live, so I think I'm going to hop over to his channel.
Oh, everybody go attack William.
Yep.
Get the William. That's where I'm going. Go get William, guys. William Freeman. He's live. Yeah. Later, guys. Peace and respect to you all. Sammy would have said he loves you. Think for yourself.